Lot goes into making a game, and there's lots of experimentation, and right up until the point where it's burned on a disc, every decision is critiqued.
I don't think it's necessary.
Even more.
It's the big door that
brings up that other grenade.
When the fans see it, it's already gone through all the tribulations. It's a much more harrowing process than I think most of the fans understand.
Everybody has a different opinion on what drives Halo. It's the art, it's environments, it's the graphics. And the most important part to me is story.
Whether it's a love story between the Chief and Cortana or an action-packed explosion fest, we have to negotiate how we get our stories in there.
We went through a full year of pre-production on this project. The story is one of the first things we sit down and talk about when we go to create a game.
And if the chief just has his head sort of like reaction to what,
The stories are always created the same way. First off, a group of people agreed that this is the story that we want to tell.
What's going to happen to the chief? What's going to happen to Cortana? We had been working on this story nonstop, making compromise after compromise because there were a lot of things that different people didn't agree on.
Dude, the story should be about Earth getting destroyed, or let's show the chief's face. That'd be a really good idea.
Radio for VTOL. Heavy lift gear.
We write the first draft of the script, but it's not great. Man, do I really want to give all this credit to Marty?
I didn't see any shape to this story. Nothing happy, nothing sad, nothing intense.
But a premature firing will destroy the Ark.
It's like, I think it needs more punch.
Unacceptable! Unacceptable!
What it really needs is some death.
You actually want to get to the point where the player goes, well, wait a minute, I've been this character for 3 games. They can't possibly kill me.
By having the reality of death part of the story, it did actually introduce this tone of heroism.
Johnson, sound off.
There's no sense of heroic action if there's no real consequences.
Get out of here!
Something that's really important is that our characters feel real.
Do it.
Is Miranda coming across as strong enough?
Now.
Does the Arbiter have enough vengeance built up in him to really push that sword into truth?
You must be silenced.
But the story that we're telling is the story of a human conflict with an aggressive adversarial species, the Covenant.
One of the keys to the success of the story is we didn't pump a lot of time into figuring out who the Master Chief was and why he was a ghost in the shell. We thought he is a husk. He's a big green suit of armor that you move around.
There's something good about having the Master Chief essentially be a blank slate. That helps each individual person connect to the character.
You found me, but so much of me is wrong.
The main personal relationship you have in the game is with an AI called Cortana.
I do know how to pick 'em.
At least one of our writers refers to her as your girlfriend.
Cortana's every girlfriend that we've ever had. No, just kidding. She's your little guardian angel.
Got an escape plan?
Thought I'd try shooting my way out.
Cortana plays a huge role in the fiction of this game, and we didn't want people to forget about her.
No, I don't want to chance a remote detonation. I need to stay here.
By the end of Halo 2, the Chief is separated from Cortana for the first time.
After I'm through with truth.
Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
You need to constantly remind players of what they're missing, that this thing is something worth going after. But if it was just a straight, now go find her, here's a map, people wouldn't care.
Chief, it's not safe. The Gravemind, it knows I'm in the system.
Having that moment where you actually see her with the Gravemind fighting for her existence, it was just a really powerful idea for us.
Hurry, Chief. The Ark, There isn't much time.
In Halo 3, we're obviously picking up where Halo 2 left off.
The Covenant have occupied Earth. Humanity is sort of down to its last defenses.
The elites and the brutes are destroying everything that the Prophet of Truth doesn't.
All of the Halos are primed and ready to fire.
The Flood is out, and who knows where they're heading. An unstoppable, voracious parasite.
You have nothing going for you at the beginning of Halo 3, except for you.
This is as big as it gets.
In games, it's always this fundamental trade-off between immersion and drama.
Wait! We really tried to create this nice, tight, woven mesh of fiction and gameplay.
It is a balance between telling the story and letting the player have their own story.
Is it more satisfying as a player to kill Guilty Spark yourself, or to see the Chief do it in cinematic? But as soon as you make that decision, you're taking that action away from the player.
Figuring that out is really the challenge of telling stories in games.
When you're trying to balance story and gameplay, one can't come at the expense of the other.
The trick is to weave story into those gameplay sequences without interrupting the gameplay.
We're being a lot more cagey about the way we sneak story in.
There's the Cortana channel, there's the Perspective channel, there's the Letterbox channel, which are the traditional cinematics. All of those work together to tell our story across the entire game.
Perspective channel essentially means that the Chief is still going to be in the scene, but it's not a letterbox cinematic, but he's not going to talk, and they're going to be really short, and they're mainly just going to focus on the action.
The event is happening in real time. When you press to skip it, instead of going to the end, that event just continues to happen.
It's just one of those little sort of exploratory moments that players can choose to take part in, or they can choose to ignore.
It feels much more like a story that you're experiencing instead of a game with a movie that comes in every once in a while.
There's certain parts of the story that you tell by having Cortana talking in your ear.
It was the coin's fault. I wanted to make you strong.
The Cortana effect is essentially another story channel that we came up with. Because she is with the Flood, she can sort of give you bits and pieces of, you know, what's going on, but in this really fractured, fragmented sort of way.
Your mission? Could you watch me die?
We also have a separate storytelling method, which we call the vignettes. It's just a cool little thing where the characters are animated in a very custom way.
You can walk into an environment and you can see a couple brutes beating up a couple Marines.
They're not just standing there looking at the door that you just came through, pointing their weapons at you.
It gives the sense that there's something else greater going on in the story.
One of the things that we've tried really hard to do was make the cinematics directly related to what you just finished doing or what you're about to start doing. In Halo 3, almost all of our letterbox cinematics start with a player action.
You must activate.
So it flows really nicely from one gameplay segment into the cinematic and out to the other gameplay segment.
I'm sitting here, day in and day out, working on the cinematics. And every scene that I make, there's this voice in the back of my head saying, what is keeping the player from skipping this? What's keeping the player from hitting a button and just going right to the end?
Ultimately, it's involving the player and making the player really feel that they're in this story.
You want to establish that this is something a little bit more important.
The story that we're trying to tell has higher stakes. Whether we can do that, we won't know until that thing's in people's hands and they're playing.
Design is about the dance. I love the dance.
It can be a little bit of a fight.
It's always a degree of compromise.
Someone comes by your desk and say,
That's just not quite right.
Then things change.
You make a cool gun.
Things morph.
The next thing you know, it's a flamethrower.
Things completely get cut.
Bungie giveth and it taketh away.
The design process is not just driven by the story, and it's not just driven by the gameplay.
The development cycle revolves around missions. So at the beginning, when we're concepting missions, you fill it with some sort of challenge.
When I first start on a mission, I will try to get a good high-level set of goals of enemies, weapons, and events. The first phase is repulse the Covenant. And then the second phase, we're trying to have it so the player expands their territory that they have and pushes the neutral and the enemy territory back.
And then the third part of an encounter is what you might call chopping off the head of that encounter. You're really trying to get to the end of the level. There may be a brute chieftain that you've been working your way towards, or a wraith tank.
Once we sort of nail that down at the highest level, we think about what are the cool experiences you can have in that mission with those characters.
2 guys against the player might be tough, but 2 guys against the player when the player has this weapon is suddenly an easy encounter. So now you can put 4 guys in there.
It'd be cool if the Phantom dropped off a sniper jackal.
Yeah.
The idea for a mission can start in lots of different places. Sometimes there's some really cool environment that we want to feature.
We had the notion of starting the game in a jungle from the very get-go.
Engineering grasped onto, like, that's going to take a lot of cool rendering, and artists grasped onto that, so that's going to allow for some really cool artwork. Design grasped onto it and said that's going to really sell the gameplay on that first mission.
Here is the first drawing of the jungle, the first mission in the game. We tried to indicate that the early areas would be used for basic movement training, and then moving into combat training, then eventually advanced combat where grenades are introduced and the player's introduced to the concept of flanking. From this, we went to an actual whiteboard where a lot more detail was added in.
A whiteboard contains sort of a rough layout and a list of the different sandbox items that are going to be used in that mission.
Then we'll also start listing out more specifics about the encounters, like where the grunts will be introduced or where the Phantom is going to come in. From here, we went on to Illustrator, and after that, we went into building the mass outs in 3D Studio Max, and we were off and going.
I would say Halo 3 is more of an offense game. It's all about getting in the action.
You gain yourself more cover, you gain yourself a nice weapon, and that sort of starts tipping the scales in your favor.
Every mission has its own feeling, and you don't just get that sense of, oh, I'm going from room to room and just killing more guys.
What we did for this encounter, for example, is the player can take the primary path, which is straight ahead, and take the Covenant head on, or they can take this secondary path, which flanks around the Covenant. So it feels like the player kind of gets to choose from the beginning of the encounter what type of experience they want.
Having a player feel like you did the right choice is probably one of the most rewarding things you can do in a game.
The state we want to keep you in is this constant state of challenge where you're not succeeding, but you know next time if you just did a little bit better, you could.
Oh, come on, man. I'm not spazzing.
In the single-player game, you have relatively limitless control over the experience of the player.
In multiplayer, it's very much a conflict between live participants that you're duking it out with.
When the map design sort of evolves, it needs to be balanced.
Blue team, what are you doing? Oh, God!
If the blue team starts on one side and the red team starts on another, they sort of have an equal arena to play in.
What's a perfect Halo bunker or a tower or a bridge? We're trying to make these ideal little situations, and then from that little situation, put a couple of them together, and that sort of becomes a level.
Design is such a broad concept. Designing a mission could be, I draw on a piece of paper, hey, here's the basic layout. You might take into consideration things like line of sight. You know, you certainly don't want the player to stand at point 1 of the level and see the very end of the level.
We have 2 encounter spaces that can see each other, so all the objects and all the AI are active in both of them at the same time. We're trying to block them off from each other without completely destroying some of the views that we worked really hard to capture. And when Marcus sees it, he's going to kill me.
We have a bunch of systems for telling exactly where the player is and then triggering some event in front of him.
The purpose of creating these invisible trigger volumes is to let the computer know where the player is. So this is a bird's eye view of the first encounter where the player is actually fighting Covenant in outskirts. When the player enters from this side, they will enter this first trigger volume that might spawn enemies or cause a ship to explode in the distance. There's a few side trigger volumes where We have some enemies in those areas, and when the player enters this trigger volume, those enemies actually get afraid of the player, and they'll run away.
That's the way, sir.
This is how we would make a trigger volume. And let's say, for example, we want some enemies to spawn in this little basin down there. You would place a trigger volume, you can control the scale of it, and you would want to create a nice clean line that the player can't get around. You know the player's close to the ground, so they can't actually see over the hill, but you wouldn't want them to be able to stand here because they could actually see the enemies spawn, and they'd spawn out of nowhere. So you're always just looking for a line so that the player can't actually see what's happening. The player crosses a bend, they hit the new trigger volume, and that fight ensues.
If mission designers are like storytellers, I give them words like warthog and explosion to tell different stories.
The basic design for a weapon needs to be fun to shoot and fun to be shot at. The shotgun is all about close range, surprising people. The sniper rifle is long range. Spartan laser is about taking down vehicles.
My favorite weapon is the battle rifle.
I'm quite partial to the sticky grenade.
And that 3-shot burst just feels really powerful.
We create situations in which a weapon is going to be the best thing around. But we also do the reverse, where we give you a shotgun, and then the next encounter is going to be all long range, and then all of a sudden you have to find a different solution to the problem.
So for multiplayer, it's really sort of trying to get the weapons placed in the right locations on the map.
Stay in your VIP, guys. How do I get up there?
In multiplayer, the players are going to do something that you don't expect. So there's a big difference in how you can react with weapons.
You're looking at how you can sort of balance a power weapon on one side of a map versus a different side of a map.
This is actually really, really hard to balance out and make fun every time because the placement is random and so is the weaponry.
On Valhalla, the Spartan laser is placed right in the center of the map so that each team has an equal chance at getting out to the center where you're taking a lot of risk. And once you've got it, then you're really powerful. It's kind of a gamble, but the payoff is pretty big if you're successful.
It was really getting hard to add new weapons because balancing 40 weapons, you're going to feel like you have a weapon that is a clone of another. So the direction that we took is we added a new set of really, really powerful weapons that you don't really keep for a long time.
We've got an entirely new kind of weapon, the turret weapon, where you walk up to a turret and you yank it off its tripod and then you're walking around and you're doing third person.
We just limited the amount of ammunition in the turrets because they're really too powerful.
As new events happen throughout the level, your objectives are often changing, like when the Scarab comes in, for example. You know, it's pretty clear that you've now got a new barrier to being able to complete your overall objective of the mission. In Halo 3, the Scarab is super dangerous. You've got to be smart about how you approach fighting it.
The Scarab was in Halo 2, but it was very scripted.
The way it was actually implemented in the game was boring as hell.
The design was horrible. It looked like a basket, like a handle. I'm going shopping. It's horrible.
When you're fighting the Scarab in Halo 2, you had to kill the two guys that were driving it, and then you died in a cutscene. That was pretty cool, but it wasn't part of the sandbox. One of the first things we were looking at for Halo 3 was, let's give it an AI, let's let it move about the environment completely freely, let's make it part of the sandbox.
So we want to make it as interactive as possible.
So not only is this thing trying to kill you and all of your allies, but it's almost its own encounter space. It's up to you to figure out exactly what you're going to do to take out that Scarab. If you don't figure it out, well, you're probably going to die.
The end of Halo 3 is the end of the entire trilogy, and we wanted to do something really awesome for the end.
Explosions!
Yes.
You took me half an hour. Drop it.
Oh God, no, you're not gonna make it.
You want me to drive?
No, I want you to fix it so that I won't die when I go full speed. What I was playing was the end in a very unpolished, very rough, very frustrating state.
You've got to build it, you got to play it, you got to say, it's not good, let's try it again.
Every step of the way, you know, I'm going, is this fun? Is it exciting?
As we get toward the end of the project, we're just making smaller changes, tweaking how much damage something does.
We have to make sure that the doorways are the right size.
How's the cover playing out?
We're the ones that have to wire it all up and make it work and make it fun.
Just a little more sped up, I think. And ultimately, you might have an encounter that plays great. Jump off there.
Jump off here. You should be able to land.
Oh, so close to making that jump. That's awesome.
Sometimes you stumble on it, sometimes you plan for it, but the most important thing is when you recognize it, that you covet it and that you keep it.
The shipping game is always an approximation of the perfect vision. I like not having to be the one who decides when I have to stop, because I would never stop if I had any choice. And then the game would slip and then we'd all get fired. And even then I wouldn't want to stop.
Every piece of artwork that you see in the game is built by a community of artists.
The dirt on the tires gets there because someone has to put it there. The scratch on the inner side of the fender because a rock might have jumped up and hit it.
Everything that moves in our game, the wheel on the Warthog rotating, the little antenna bouncing up and down like that, the shotgun spitting out a cartridge.
The walls and the light fixtures.
Smoke trails, dust effects, lightning, they flesh out the world, make it feel a lot more real.
The guys that have the biggest burden are the environment artists. They have to build essentially the entire world.
One of the areas we were working on was a warehouse. When it was handed to me, it was a big box. It was a void. We worked to essentially design the overall look.
You have to create a world that a player just wants to get lost in.
These sweeping alien vistas, these giant foreigner spires and green rolling hills and blue skies.
It's a stylized realism.
What's important to this space? There's my exit, there are my places to get cover. That gives us a three-dimensional picture and we start building it.
We'll get the basic forms in, then we'll do a layer basic lighting, then we'll do a layer basic texturing.
The biggest challenge in front of us was how were we going to convert these assets from Halo 2 into this next-gen HD content.
I don't think there are any developers who are happy that it's a high-def world now. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just a pain in the ass for all of us.
You have to scale up. We need to have 4 times the size of textures, 4 times as much content, just to create the same experience that we had with Halo 1 and Halo 2.
It's a brand new console. What we found was more powerful engine, a lot more work for one artist.
Xbox 360, there's screaming for more detail, so we've got to provide it.
This is one of the things that's going to set apart Halo 3 from Halo 2, just the sheer number of tufts of weeds and grass to sort of help them blend into the ground and the terrain. I know that if there's one out of place, like when the game ships, every time I run by that in multiplayer, I'll see that one blade of grass and I'll be very upset, so I tend to get a little obsessive about it.
Art and design is like almost the exact opposite of each other. I'm always trying to add something that he wants to get rid of, or he's trying to add something that I want to get rid of.
First-person shooters are given a lot of bad publicity because this room's filled with crates.
We'll give him a beautiful environment, perfectly composed, lit, and then he goes, I'm just gonna put a few crates. Don't worry, just a few. Then you got purple crates, and you got the green crates. And then there's, oh, don't worry. These crates are only here temporarily. You're gonna turn them into something really cool, and then you find out so long as it stays exactly the same proportions as a crate.
Our combat rests heavily in the fact that we have a fair amount of cover.
The designer will grab the ugliest crate in the world and go, hey, this is a great place to fight around. And then the artist will come up and go, that's a box, like it's pretty ugly. Here's something cool.
The designer will come in and be like, this is gorgeous, but this is an absolutely awful space to fight bad guys in.
Tell them to drop everything and recraft this.
This space needs to be fun before it's pretty.
Art really likes rolling, beautiful hills and completely open environments, and we're like, what are you gonna do in there? We need to throw crates
Drive the Warthog smoothly. That's
yeah,
what we
but
do.
for infantry encounters.
Oh, my Warthog fell over.
One of the things Halo is really known for is the vehicles. Our vehicles really eat into the dirt and bank into turns and have a lot of mass.
Jamie comes to me with an idea for a brute vehicle that was a little bit like a ride-along lawnmower.
It's called the chopper because it will literally chop you up.
Before starting work on the brute chopper, we discussed the brute.
Look, it has soiled itself.
The brutes are taking a lot more precedence in this game. To give the brutes more depth, they need to have a history too. And one of the ways to show a history is vehicles that they created.
So I look at the brutes, I try to imagine what their home world is like. Maybe they're from a place where they hammer ore and there's lava and magnetism. And I say, okay, well, how do I build a magnetized metallic lawnmower that's fun to drive and shoot people with? I'm gonna take Travis's yellow and stick it on the chopper because I think it looks cooler with the tone of the metal. But the hover technologies, it's all Forerunner, Covenant, so it's all gonna be like a bluish purple.
You can think of the brutes as building their stuff like in a chop shop. They go in and just tear the crap out of old Forerunner technology.
To me, the brutes look like guys who ride Harleys. They just do. Large wheels, lots of metal, leather. Our concept artist put a canopy on it, but it started to pull away from what we needed gameplay-wise. We want this to be vulnerable as well as brutal. If there was a canopy behind the brute and the brute passed by you, you couldn't shoot him in the back of the head as he went by. We need balance. And the balance is from the front, don't mess with this. From the back, take it away. The complement to this is the Prowler that Travis Brady worked on.
The Prowler is sort of our brute equivalent to the Warthog. I wanted this to look really vicious from the front, sort of like an anglerfish. You see it's got a fin here. The pipes on the inside are like fish gills. If you've seen any Discovery Channel shows of these anglerfish, they're pretty brutal. They have this massive mouth that like swallows you up. It's got sharp blades, it's got teeth. This looks like something you wouldn't want to get in the front of.
If it burns, bleeds, splatters, drips, smokes, or blows up, I'm in charge of it. Every individual projectile needs to be detected against what type of material it impacts. When you shoot, you leave a decal, which is a small bitmap. If you shoot at the same spot enough times, the system has to be smart enough to say, oh, there's already a decal there, don't draw another one. And it's a very complex system.
You got more pixels per screen, which means everything takes more time to create. In Halo 1, we only had one bone in the face, and that was the jaw. So the jaw would just do this. Halo 3, we're looking at some characters that have over 30 bones. So now we can do some pretty full expressions.
Oh, come on. Impress me. Stop!
Character rigging 101, which is vertex weighting, and that's where you would assign the vertexes on this face mesh to the skeleton. You can grab the face flags and animate them around and get any kind of facial expression you want. Angry emotions on the eyes, slide them up on the mouth.
There's something about modeling someone that doesn't exist that never really translates as well as modeling someone who does exist. There's personality in your face that's just hard to invent. That's why we thought using our heads would be a good idea. There's a whole ton of people in the game. Michael Wu, Marcus, Damian. I've got a lot of asymmetry in my face, so I have to move the nose one way, the eyes the other, and make sure your self-esteem is in check when you start modeling your own head.
The bread and butter of animation is all about bringing emotion to the game. There's this little unsung rule, the 3-5-7 rule. Design is going to want characters striking other characters to be 3 frames long. So quick, responsive, great for gameplay. In 3 frames, that can be opposed from here to the hit, to back, and then to the neutral again. Animation would like 7 frames, get some more character into it. We could potentially have the character stare the other character down, cock his fist back for the first frame. Second frame, he gets even further. Third frame, he gets even further. And then he starts following through on the consecutive frames until he gets to that 7th frame and hits.
10 minutes later, I'm done with my beautiful expressive melee. That's not a game anymore, it's a movie, unfortunately.
Sometimes we have to edit our animations to cater to that, and sometimes we have to edit them a little too much, and it hurts.
Artists are fantastic bitchers.
Some of us are worse than others.
They hate the idea that their art has to be called done.
It's never done, never done.
You just run out of time.
Poor Lee has been doing storyboards for 2.5 years now on the same scenes and reiterating them.
Which idea would you like to keep? And I say, I want to keep all of them. And then when I do make a choice, they say, well, we were joking, there was no choice. We're taking all your ideas away.
There's a scene that's been my favorite scene right from the beginning, and it's truth is death, right? And the truth is kind of fighting being floodified. The Arbiter's standing behind him and with his sword, and it comes right out of his chest, and we're looking at the front of truth. As a director, I'm really married to, and I really want this shot to happen, and we might have to sacrifice other things.
The artists are always going to take it absolutely as far as they can until some engineer comes over and starts throwing things at them and saying, no, you cannot do that.
We're throwing a lot of things at you, multiple characters, multiple vehicles, weapons.
More polys, denser textures, more detail in the textures.
Making sure that the smoke wisps in just the right way.
Artists tend to think broadly outside the box, whereas engineers dream more in black and white.
Artists conceive of something that goes far beyond what the possibilities are and then strive for that and see how close they can get.
It's all about trying to cram as much stuff in as you can.
Every now and then, it'll catch my eye still. Wow, I can't believe we were able to pull that off.
Games are nothing without suspension of disbelief, of you losing yourself in that environment.
They're creating fantasy world, but even fantasy world has some resemblance to real world.
If water looks like water and rocks look like rocks and explosions look like explosions, then you are engaged in the plot at a much more visceral level.
The way that the engineers and the artists work together is one of my favorite things about Bungie. You've got these insanely brilliant mathematical types that are really passionate about this new technology.
There have been a lot of ideas that have started from the engineering side, where engineers said, hey, there's this technology I know how to use, or there's this thing I think I can do.
He definitely had a long-term vision about the graphics system. He had some fundamental ideas early on that he thought were going to be really important.
Halo 2 had a water system that looks really good, but it has a lot of limitations. It's pretty convincing from a high angle, but when you're at eye level, the effects breaks down. We were not actually rendering water as geometry. In the beginning, we'll have to do a little bit of selling. We have to say, hey, look at this cool water.
It's going to be awesome. We're going to do weather, we're going to do water. And the artist then gets extremely excited.
The Halo 3 is based on a new platform of Xbox. So in the new generation, we make the water surface animated.
You can interact with it, you can throw things in the water and it creates ripples and it looks great.
Probably the most fun thing about the water is that the bodies float in it. So you can shoot people and watch them float downstream. When we first began our endeavor with building interactive water for Halo 3, we had given examples of small pools of water, little streams, rivers, and that kind of thing.
We just freshly deliver the water, and then the water happened to have ocean waves on it.
What it turned out that we needed a lot more of was small creeks, babbling brooks, or rushing rivers.
Water's pretty tricky. My first attempt yesterday was pretty bad.
I think it's cool.
You think it's cool?
Yeah.
Tell Marcus you think it's cool.
Marcus complaining about it.
Ocean waves in a stream? No, it doesn't work at all.
You want every creation you make to be beautiful, but with limited budgets, it's hard.
If you're trying to integrate some cool things into the game engine, you have a pretty limited budget.
You have to be really strategic with how you plan your assets that way.
So she will create a version of the water tool, and then we'll try it. There'll be some things that we want to use differently from an artistic perspective, and so we give them feedback.
Our water shader is pretty highly customizable. The artist can change the murkiness, and you also can change the color of the water. You can change the transparency and sharpness of the wave.
We also have ways for them to paint different parts of the water parameters.
And then the engineer looks at it and goes, oh, wow, I never thought you'd be doing something like that with my system. But that's so cool looking that I want to make a better system for you to do that.
And nobody knew what it was going to turn out like. And then when it came time for the beta, which is when it really, came together, it was awesome.
pretty soon that you see water shows up in every level. So basically means if you have something cool, they'll actually go out of their ways, making sure that the technology gets used in the right way. So we're more of a partnership than a competition, because everybody wants their level to look the best.
Halo, right from the start, has always been a game about shooting people and having them die. Every different type of gameplay interaction you need in Halo needs to be implemented specifically in the damage system.
Damage is kind of one of the base layers of communication between all of our objects in the game.
The damage system keeps track of all of the interactions where some input is damaging some object in the world.
So one thing that all the objects in the Halo world have is a bounding sphere, which is a simple representation by which we can intersect two objects. The red spheres are active objects, meaning they're actually running animations, so they're going to take up a little more performance. The blue spheres are things that aren't running animations but are updating, and then the yellow spheres are things that are completely inactive, and so they're passed over very quickly when the game's processing. So the bounding spheres are just a coarse way of figuring out what we're going to hit. To go further, you actually need to look at their collision models. This is a set of this green geometry. When we shoot this object here, it's on that green geometry that we spawn all the sparks, and it's what the projectiles actually hit. Through the damage system, we're actually permuting different parts of the object into more destroyed states. So you can see the tires coming off, you can see the chassis changing to more destroyed states.
You take a look at a vehicle like the Warthog, and it's tremendously complicated to set that up.
Fully loaded with a bunch of guys riding in it. That Warthog is made up of probably about 11 different objects.
So when that Warthog is smoking, it's taking a lot of damage, and finally a rocket comes in, and we detect, okay, the rocket has finally struck the Warthog. What needs to happen?
We look at all the different damage sections on the Warthog for hubcaps and tires and things like that. If any of them were particularly near the epicenter of the blast, then we're going to detach them and blow them off and accelerate them away. You just have this cloud of expanding objects that's now going to go flying through the air.
When you sort of trace it through the game, you actually realize that the object system says, oh, well, you're actually going to destroy the vehicle that these guys are in. I need to eject them from the vehicle. Physics says, oh, well, these guys are dead. I'm going to start ragdolling them. AI is, making the guy scream, oh, my God, we've just been killed.
This is the damage being passed from one object to another is the thing that makes these cascading relationships happen.
The relationship between the AI programmers and the mission designers is one of the key communication lines at Bungie.
I think the interaction between design and engineering is that design asks for the sky and engineering delivers the earth.
Because we're engineers, we are really into doing things physically correct.
In a lot of ways, what rules everything is the simulation and sort of the coherence of the sandbox.
The sandbox is all of the characters, and weapons, and vehicles in the game, and how they interact with each other through damage and AI and the player control.
All of the entities that are running around this world have their own rules for how they move.
Everything reacts according to the laws of gravity. Things collide and they bounce off each other.
Jamie's just got tons and tons of different sort of knobs and dials when it comes to physics that he can tweak that can have dramatic changes on how the Warthog drives around in the environment.
The green rectangles are relative velocity, so that's how the tires know how much they're already slipping.
How much friction do you have when you're sliding? What happens when you land nose down on a jump? Can you save it?
The maximum speed that the Warthog can actually go at is a result of all kinds of really complicated sort of system interactions.
How much gravity is applied to that wheel? What's the behavior, on a 20% incline?
The gear ratios of the gears that the Warthog happens to be running in at the time.
These are sort of all the things that just go into getting one vehicle right.
The end result is you have a world that is extremely complicated, obeys lots and lots of rules, but you're able to take advantage of it and make plans and outwit it in a certain way.
Is it engineering's game, or is it art's game, or is it design in charge of everything?
I think it's a collective decisions.
Trying to manage everybody's different passions and keep everybody, happy and productive and working and passionate.
is hard.
I'm sure that Jamie will tell you that he owns the sandbox, and I'm sure that Damian and the engineers will probably tell you that they own the sandbox, but to me it's pretty clear that the people who own the sandbox are the people who buy the game and the people who do the kinds of creative things within that sandbox that we could never have dreamed of.
Didn't damage you at all? That's total crap! Wow! I swing and nobody gets hit.
It's not consistent at all.
The grab hammer just really currently is not doing what it's supposed to do. The timing's totally wrong from the time that you press the trigger to the time it inflicts the damage.
Kale, your bug sucks.
Please fix your bug, Kale.
Probably the weirdest bug I've seen so far is one where you were able to get Master Chief's head stuck into the ceiling and his body would stretch down.
When two people would lunge at one another, there was a possibility for them to actually pass through one another.
Get a person positioned on a rock, and as you're lunging at them, if they drop off the back of the rock, you're going to have to go sailing about half a mile in the air.
It's really difficult to figure out all the different ways somebody is going to play our game.
People will play this in totally bizarre ways.
Kills with just the sword, and they'll just want to go through the game by never using weapons. It really has to change the way that you think about testing the game.
Game testing is an incredibly tedious process. The main reason it's important to test Halo is we add this one new character or one new weapon. Everything we change has a potential to crash the game.
Ooh, face.
The testing of Xbox Live requires hours and hours of automation for our matchmaking. When you have over 100,000 simultaneous users playing your game, it's very complicated and requires lots and lots of boxes.
There's so many interconnections between code and content.
It is a system that whenever you go into it, if you're going to make changes, you'd better be damn sure what you're doing is not completely breaking things.
The key to Bungie's success is not some sort of magic. It's testers that keep the build stable to make sure that everything is as fun as it could be.
We're grunts. We kind of do the dirty work. We all get in about 6 o'clock. In the first 2 hours, we test just to make sure basic things like the level loads, that the player spawns into the level, we can run, jump, fire weapons, exit the game. That has to happen first thing in the morning because, like with the current test we're working on, it's 11,000 lines of test cases. And then the developers, they want to make sure that they have a functioning build that they can then work on that day.
We required the testers to shoot everything, run through everything, jump 15,000 times in the same place to see if it'll break the game.
These are the weapons that failed on the hull of the Wraith.
Wow, okay, let me change the model and make sure that's not an issue.
One of my niches is finding a hole in the world that allows you to get outside the playable area. Each time they fix one, it may create another hole somewhere else because of the geometry. So it's this back and forth battle.
The test team swears they tried to jump from limb to limb in the tree and get on top of that rock, and none of them could do it. And then the first day you see a movie on YouTube where somebody gets on top of the rock and gets outside the world.
Manual testing really is for stuff that we need visual verification. Somebody has to watch what's going on and check a box. It actually works the way that we intended.
So we're going to do a full 8. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. So that one worked.
When you click campaign on the main menu, it takes you to the campaign UI screen.
When we're looking at player colors, I checked color 1, I checked color 2.
If you want to add something in single player, is this going to up multiplayer in any way?
The difference between multiplayer testing and single player testing is that in multiplayer, you've got a lot more variables that can be going on. You can't control.
You can have up to 16 machines in the same game, and there's going to be different network latency and lag.
A lot of times it's just a mistake where they'll transpose a number or leave a decimal point off.
One machine may think that one person's over here, and the other machine may think that the person is over there.
But all of a sudden, that bullet that should have struck you in your left earlobe, it actually grazes right by, and now the whole world has skewed and you've gone out of sync.
What?
We had a crash. We have designers who take a weapon like the shotgun or the sword and they get it to work perfectly on a single box. But then you put it in 2 boxes that are separated. One guy's playing in Maryland and one guy's playing in LA. And then all of a sudden, the designer goes, what the hell happened? This weapon's terrible. It doesn't work at all.
I'm going to invite the Japanese guys to our game now. Eigo hanashimasu ka? Ganbarimashou. What does it feel like to play US to Japan? Because none of us have done it yet. And Luke wrote all the networking code, so.
Anytime you change one line of code, it absolutely can end up in ways you wouldn't expect.
Every time you add a new kind of weapon, adding that sort of complexity can up other weapons.
They're seeing pings of in the 200s.
Changing a value on a weapon could break the way it reloads. Speeding the Warthog up by just a mile an hour at top speed could mean every time you go off a jump of over 5 meters, you die. If you don't test that jump, as soon as you ship the game, the world is screaming because they're dying every time you take the jump.
The way Bungie tests involves everyone. The artist is testing by running the game and adding new textures to it. Designers testing the game by adding a new vehicle or tweaking the raid. Marty, C. Paul, and Jay are testing the game by tweaking audio. It's people sitting at their desk doing work, testing our game.
The emphasis on test definitely comes from the top.
The studio manager for Bungie right now is Harold Ryan, who was the test manager for Halo 1 and Halo 2.
You can never test enough. We have a dedicated test team in the studio that works on the project from the first day we start on it.
Here, it's a much more methodical, professional approach to testing.
A lot of times you'll find the testers know some of the systems better than the engineers do.
Harold understands exactly what test can do, and he has high expectations.
Jamie is definitely a Padawan test manager. He has not yet earned his stripes.
Love my job. Yay, are you hiring them? For the lifetime of Halo 3, we have like 30,000 bugs in the database, of which 27,000 of them are fixed, but still we have 3,000 bugs that are active in the database while we're adding hundreds of bugs per day from the test team, and it's only gonna go up.
It takes about 3 years of testing to test a game, about 20 days of which the game's actually tested outside of Bungie's building.
Microsoft has a group of people devoted to doing user research.
It's called usability testing. We actually run one participant at a time.
Now it's time to get out of here. Ooh, I think he's got me.
It's all about getting inside the player's head.
The whole user research team is a bunch of PhDs in psychology that sort of map out people's experience.
We're looking at how the user feels about this level or that level of that vehicle.
I like how smart these things are. It doesn't do the same thing over and over again.
There's a completely different experience for a designer actually watching other people play the game.
I think I need to go in that cave.
Everybody, nope.
Being able to stand there with a notepad and just write things down is just totally invaluable.
Even though there's one-way glass in between us and them, you still have to be careful, because if you laugh too loud, it goes right through the glass, and then they can tell that you're laughing.
I want to welcome you guys for today's playtest session. We're not testing you guys, we're testing the game.
The other kind of testing that we do is called play testing, and that's where we try and get a broader sample. When you get 80% of the people with some type of problem, well, then you know you have more of an issue.
I take them very seriously, but our playtests are incredibly painful. I've seen people get stuck in one encounter for 10 minutes. You almost are apologizing. Dude, I'm so sorry. Oh, turn right. Please turn right now.
When we were playtesting the Halo 1 tutorial, we had people getting so frustrated that they just wanted to quit and go home. We had several people ask to stop playing, which is kind of embarrassing as the designer.
We get so much data from testing, not just what's broken and what's buggy, but we get a lot of data about what's fun and what's not fun.
Can the camera still?
You've been punked. There is no Halo 3.
Oh, no.
For Halo 3, we've basically instrumented the entire game. Almost immediately after a playtest, we'll get data that will tell us things that are going to frustrate or confuse or irritate a player.
Just kind of the 6 high-level things that we're collecting in playtest. The fun is up.
So we have a number of ways of representing the data, and the most significant one is to show it visually on a map. If it's a multiplayer level, showing all the spots where people die. If it's a single-player level, showing all the parts where people said they were frustrated.
If we're confused, you can actually click on a data point and it will load up a film of that person and how they died.
Oh my God.
You want to maximize the amount of time the player's having fun.
It's really a difficult thing to do, to make it okay that you die a couple times, but not too many times.
We do a lot of play tests to make sure that everybody else is having fun, but really I only know that it's fun when I'm having fun.
As you're closing a game out, you go through the difficult process of having to decide what things you want to fix that we call triage. Every time you fix a bug, you have the potential to create many more bugs.
Triage, or Joe calls it blood-sucking vampire horror.
It's like taking a hammer and hammering nails through your... Never mind.
Films are not displaying the multiplayer flashing name when using a headset.
Mislabeled territories on Valhalla. This is insane.
We just gotta power through it because it takes forever. We've already been up here an hour and a half and we just want to finish. And it makes us all good friends too.
We always leave these meetings wanting to kill each other.
Exactly. I like you though. I don't like that guy, but I like you.
A lot of times, design and test are sort of at loggerheads.
The artists and designers are never done. There's always one more thing that could tweak.
We just need to figure out how to get more reinforcements and more waves, add more cover.
You're just shoveling in content, and it's very difficult to keep it bug-free.
Sometimes new code slips in that we don't know about, and that causes me to be a little bit less smiley face. You're like, what? What are you guys doing? Why did you add this?
My job is to make the game more fun, whereas the test team looks at it, their job is to make sure the game is stable. If I'm completely happy, then it means we shouldn't have made the change because it was too risky. And if test is completely happy, then we probably aren't making enough changes. But if we're both sort of unhappy, that's usually the best state.
If the developer guys didn't put bugs in, we wouldn't have jobs. But luckily enough, the dev guys put a couple bugs in there, and I feel like I have the best job security of the bunch.
Once again, we take a lot of effort to make sure the game is stable, that the game is fun, and that at least 90% of the people out there, they'll have a good time playing it.
There are a couple of crashes that we won't be able to figure out that we'll blame on solar flares or space aliens.
As long as the game doesn't set your house on fire, all the imperfections, I'm perfectly fine with it going out the door.
You never want to let it go. You always want to iterate on it. But if we really believe it's not ready to go out the door, it won't go out the door.
I know you. Your past. Your future.
We really see audio as an incredibly important thing.
Everything that you hear or see is created by someone. Everything is designed very intentionally.
Halo without its sound is like trying to think of Halo without its graphics or Halo without its gameplay.
For us, audio is all the spoken words and music and sound effects that you hear.
It has to be enhancing the experience and the drama of every situation.
Destroy them, brothers!
You know, if you trick all your senses enough, you're really immersed into it. Then you're not just playing a game, you're playing an experience.
Audio design. They're always at the end of the pipeline.
I build all the different sounds, the rolling sound, and the grinding sound.
We have objects flying around.
The bullet impact sounds.
Shell casings falling.
And the hit sound.
But it'll also generate something based on the surface that it lands on as well. Level of detail is trying to make the sound realistic for the distance of where you're hearing the sound from. When you hear it from across the map, it's going to have much more of kind of a distant, muted crack to it than something than a big, beefy gunfire being fired next to me. It really sounds realistic. Sounds like the newsreels.
We decided, because he didn't want like just regular old gun foley for this brute spike rifle here. So we got these two kind of heavy metal pieces, a clamp and a military utility axe. And kind of whacked them together to make all the reload and ready sounds and stuff for the spike rifle.
You always need interesting sounds. I will hear sounds out in public or out in nature or whatever that just other people just don't even notice. It washes right over them. About a year and a half ago, I was down in Ixtapa, Mexico. I swear these people sitting on the beach just thought I was insane because I had a pair of headphones on, got a stereo mic in my hand. I'm just running up and down the water, trying to get as much different water footstep sounds as possible.
Most of what we do is take all these different elements, mix it together until it sounds awesome.
I just start listening, like a chef cooking in a kitchen. You have all these ingredients, start throwing some stuff in, and say, maybe this spice will be good. Rob didn't just bang on a wok, he beat the living snot out of it. Ended up getting used as the Warthog hubcap.
I'm gonna make a recording of the hydraulic door here on my car. I have a Subaru hatchback, and I recorded my hatch opening to get some kind of a sound that kind of goes up in pitch, and then you can manipulate it to sound big. I've used that as part of like a door opening. I believe it's in waste at the moment. This is our trusty audio editor. All right, if I want it to be bigger, I can drop it down an octave or something.
When we went to go make sound for the Mongoose, I recorded a two-stroke Vespa that I own that has an aftermarket muffler on it, which just makes it obscenely obnoxious. Then we recorded Eric Arroyo's Fiero. 6-inch fat pipes on the back, 2 of them dual exhaust. And as I jump in it, you can hear the growl of the two-stroke. Then you got this really growly, 4-stroke, huge sounding exhaust. And now it's the mixture of both of them.
We see the world from an audio standpoint. That's who we are.
Marty is king in the audio department. It's his gig, it's his engine.
Or, he pushes a coffee cup around the studio really well.
Yeah, I don't see work getting done here. What the heck is going on?
Marty.
Oh, do you need some makeup? Wow.
Marty's coming in here to give me a hard time.
Okay.
Whatever he says goes for the most part, and he's got the bigger, nicer studio.
He hasn't put the wet bar in there yet. We're always waiting for him to put the wet bar. For the three of us, it's a really nice relationship. I think part of it might be that all three of us are musicians. And I think that really helps.
I take music really, really seriously. I think music is a gift, and, I don't take it lightly. Closing the door, putting my hands on the keyboard, as soon as I hear something I've played that is exciting to me, that makes me go, oh, that's a cool feeling. And then I'll start working in that direction. The important thing about interactive music is that it feels like it's scoring what you're doing. I want it to sort of sneak in. I can play with all these different pieces of music, combining them so they're overlapping and layering, and this will all eventually correspond to something significant that's happening in the game. So I have lots of different kinds of pieces of music. I have pieces that I call glue that are just kind of ambient, smushy sounding pieces like this. And then if I hit play on this next piece, it would correspond to a stinger, a little shaker sound. Then we can trigger a percussive piece. And then in the percussive piece, I can say, play an alt version, which means it's going to start to get a little bit more active. I'm going to hit stop, and we'll come to a nice natural out. And what's nice about all these things is every time I hit start or stop or alt or any of that stuff, it corresponds to something that could be happening in the game. If we have a significant moment and I say, so I just brought in the low strings, a trigger will happen, and then at some natural point in the music will do its transition or its ending or whatever it is. And I try to keep it as natural as I can. You're perfect. Just keep on going.
When this is over, that hammer is going in someone's ass!
You want me to stick what?
Ouch!
He must have been real scared of me.
It's really dirty.
On Halo 3, it was really cool. We were able to record dialogue in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Seattle.
Take 2, 020 LA Secret Base, take 2.
And you, shipmaster, just glassed half a continent. Maybe the flood isn't all I should be worried about.
There are always moments in the game, like once you cross the river, trigger this line of dialogue.
Objective in sight! Watch for heavy armor!
But it's not like it happens at the same time every time. So we have 3 categories of dialogue, essentially. We have cinematic dialogue, we have mission dialogue, and then we have combat dialogue.
More shooting would be better, thank you!
Oh, did I shoot you? I'm sorry. Don't stick a fork in me, sucker! I ain't done yet!
It's really important for me and Marty to get on the same page in terms of what those lines mean.
The combat dialogue is the thing that causes each AI character to seem like they're real. They'll respond in, literally 1,000 different ways, and maybe they're funny.
Sen-effin-sational!
Or maybe they're scared.
I'm hit!
We have 35,000 lines of combat dialogue because we've lost our minds. And this is ridiculous. And we're trying to cover every possible situation.
This is my voice folder. It's an awful lot of stuff.
After the dialogue gets recorded, Jay has to go in and actually split them all up into individual files so the game knows to call them all separately. If the actor did multiple takes, he has to choose which take he wants.
We have 10 Marines, and one Marine actor has to get about 1,000 or 1,100 usable takes.
You got a real smart mouth on you, don't you? Kind of pretty, too.
And on the fly, the game code will go in and say, all right, he's attacking somebody with a gun, so say one of those things. Sergeant Johnson. So if he hears a foe, and he might say,
That's weapons fire. Somebody's shooting. They got cover. Bastard took cover.
He recorded 20 things. I'll select which one's the best and pull out the others. And those are triggered randomly. If he happens to say one that's particularly funny or kind of unique or whatever, we can assign a skip fraction to it that says, hey, don't play this one so frequently.
My faithful, stand firm. Though our enemies crowd around us, we tread the blessed path. In a moment, I will light the rings, and all who believe shall be saved.
Cinematic dialogue takes place during the cutscenes or the vignettes.
Until we kill Truth, stop the rings from firing.
Once I get the actors and I cut all their takes up, first thing I do is I say, okay, all you actors, now start talking to each other. So I do that just simply so I can balance the quality and their volume.
Jay and Marty and C-Paul apply post-processing to the alien characters, stuff that makes them sound a little bit less human. They pitch the brutes down.
Anything else, or is that all? Killing you is almost too easy.
They pitch the grunts up.
He's pecking on me.
He's pecking on me.
The sort of the robot, little tinny voice on Guilty Spark.
A wise decision, given their predilection for destructive acquisition. A wise decision, given their predilection for destructive acquisition.
So we're right about 35,000 lines total that's triggered by the dialogue system. And then you multiply that times 10 languages. Luckily, those 10 languages go into the column of Graham's problem.
Yeah, Loc is one of the biggest jobs. French, Italian, German, Spanish, and we're doing, for Halo 3, we're doing a version of Spanish that is just for Europe, and then we're also doing a Latin American version of Spanish. And then Brazilian Portuguese, and Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And we have to have ways of verifying that, one, it matches the English, and two, that it actually gets put into the game and plays where it's supposed to. So this is the area where all of our localization testers sit. Chief, come to the back of the frigate.
What's this something special?
It's an innuendo.
Okay.
It's like, I got something special for you.
Jefe, ven al fondo de la fragata.
Jefe, ven para atrás de la fragata.
Atrás de fragata.
프리게이트 뒤편으로 오세요. 특별한 것이 준비되어 있습니다. Tengo algo especial para ti.
In the end, we get as much stuff as we can in and get it sounding pretty stinging good, and then we bring Marty in and we play together.
When we're playing the game with each other and against each other, we're just making sure that each one of us can really listen now to what have we created from an audio standpoint, how does it work? See, this is really hard to get work done.
Jay, You need to put a fade out on the loop.
We can be talking to each other while we're playing, like, yeah, that's too loud, that's too soft.
Well, we'll keep struggling with it until we get it right. He can listen to something that for the first time and say, like, God, that sounds perfect, but maybe we should change this other thing.
Wait. All right, don't. I promise I won't shoot. Every once in a while, I can make sure that I kill somebody and they know who's still in charge. But then they kill me. I don't understand. The final mix is where lots of stuff finally comes together. And that's when we're really testing to see if the AI that's in the game is really making the right decisions.
There's thousands of sounds that could potentially play. It has to all mix together.
But for us, it's all about variation.
You have 10 footstep sounds instead of one footstep sound that you hear over and over again, because that's annoying. The engine randomly chooses.
We actually try to hook things up in as small of pieces as possible because it's the interaction of all those pieces that makes real life. It's like having a mixer in a box. The audio engineer is sitting inside the Xbox and is going, oh, let's do this and that and the other thing, and mixing the volumes of the game on the fly as you go.
If a grenade goes off right next to you at the same time that a guy right next to you is talking, the audio system is making the decision about how loud to make one versus the other. It's a very, very complicated system.
We actually turn down all these different sound categories, different percentages.
You want it louder, though.
There's this smart mixer that's mixing the audio, and we just make sure that he's always making the right decisions.
You know, you could say, oh, this footstep isn't that important, right? But if you try to make every single thing you do as cool as you possibly can, then you put it all together and you got something really cool.
Dialogue and Foley and music and the cinematics and the ambience and the level and the sound of the characters running around. I mean, all this stuff comes and adds up to, you know, to make a total audio experience that hopefully is really satisfying for the player.
When they look back on their experience, they should feel like their experience was scored, but they should never be aware of what they did to cause it to be scored. Okay, that sounds good. Thanks for doing that again. That was great.
Hello, my name is Chris Butcher, and I'm an engineering lead here at Bungie Studios.
We have a crack team of networking specialists here, whose sole job is making sure Halo 3 runs great on Xbox Live.
But you have to do your part, set up your home network right, because if that sucks, there's nothing we can do.
To show you how to set up your network, I took a field trip into the woods of western Washington State to the home of the Candlin family. Dave Candlin works at Bungie as a graphic designer, so I figured he'd have the perfect home setup. Dave said, great, we'll just be home relaxing with our 6 kids. Come by anytime.
Where's Riley?
As it turns out, Dave and Marcy are just as good at setting up a home network as they are at managing their kids. Hey Dave, so show me what you got.
So this is my office. Pretty cool, huh?
Like any good nerd, Dave's got a whole collection of computers connected to his home network. It sounds great, but what happens when the family wants to use the internet and all Dave really wants to do is play some Halo?
Guys, how much longer are you gonna be? Guys.
Rule number 1. For the best Xbox Live experience, make sure you kick the rest of your family off your home network.
Somewhere to go.
Of course, it won't matter if your connection is too weak. Rule number 2, get a good network connection. You need lots of bandwidth for playing games, both downstream and upstream bandwidth for receiving and sending data.
Some connections are great for browsing the web, but they have no bandwidth for sending data. That's bad for gaming. You can't shoot people when they're shooting you. So what's the best type of internet connection?
Fiber optic cable.
But?
It's kind of hard to find.
What else?
DSL.
Problem?
Kind of costs a lot, and they don't pay me that much at Bungie.
Go find someone who cares. What else?
Cable modem.
Which is what you have.
Right.
But what's the problem with that?
A lot of neighbors sharing the same cable company.
You said you were going to be off at 9 o'clock.
Right, Dave. Last option?
Dial-up, but you don't expect that to work, do you?
All I'm saying is we tested it, and it works.
But it isn't much fun.
So from best to worst, here are the choices. Fiber optic cable, DSL, cable modem, or dial-up. Of course, if you subscribe to a crappy internet service provider that goes down frequently, none of this will matter.
47 hours, 26 minutes.
Rule number 3. Make sure you choose an ISP with a decent service record and a good helpline. Of course, paying your bill on time also helps.
Hi, this is Helen. Can I help you? Hello?
Finally, the all-important question of your router. A lot of you have routers running your home networks, and if they aren't configured right, we can't help you.
You might be able to log on to Xbox Live, but you won't be able to hook up with all the people you want to. Rule number 4. Try to get a router which has the Xbox Live compatible or certified for Windows Vista logo.
If you can't find one, at least get one that supports Universal Plug and Play, or UPnP.
To test whether your router's working, go to your Xbox dashboard and select Test Xbox Live Connection. Rule number 5. You need your NAT type at the bottom to say open. If you have a wireless router, here's rule number 6. Make sure you don't put it near other appliances like computer monitors or cordless phones. Anything using the 2.4 GHz spectrum will interfere. Rule number 7 is about location. First of all, don't put your wireless router in a corner.
Keep it away from metal objects like filing cabinets. Oh, and while you're keeping your router away from certain things,
Here you go. Thank you. Okay, don't put it on the furniture, all right? Okay.
be careful what you put on it as well.
Dad, what you doing?
Oh, just checking email, sweetie.
Oh, bye.
See ya.
A good place for it is up high on a bookcase. Yeah, it's good, Dave.
So here they are, 7 rules of home networking. Kick everyone else off, get the best network connection possible, choose a decent ISP, make sure you have a compatible router, make sure your NAT type reads open, observe the 2.4 GHz rule, and pick a good location for your router. If you follow all these rules, you'll have so much fun, you'll be coming up with new and creative ways to spend more time with your Xbox.
And you'll also be able to have an awesome time playing Halo 3 online with your family.
What? No, just babe. Give it here.
Just try not to have too much fun.
I said no more fighting.
Thanks, Dave, for showing us how not to set up your home network.
No worries, Chris.
I could have sworn Dave said he had 6 kids.
No animals or Candlin family members were harmed in the making of this video segment, although a few egos were bruised. Do not attempt to make a sophisticated high-end instructional video like this at home. The warnings and advice contained in this video are intended solely for the purpose of helping Halo fans to set up their home network. If you still don't have any fun at Halo 3, it's your own damn fault. If on the other hand you become totally and permanently addicted and suddenly find yourself without job, car, home, wife, kids, or any life whatsoever outside the Halo universe, that's pretty much what we intended. Don't accept candy from strangers, don't run with scissors, and don't forget to finish the fight.
It's 6:03 in the morning. We're the forearm team.
Did you write the bug?
Closing on bug number 25,000. I'd say we'd probably get it today.
It's just a stream of bugs. This morning I was up at 4 assigning bugs too. It never ends.
24/7. There's always someone here.
I usually get in between 6:30 and 7 and leave after, 7 or 8.
Time goes by pretty quick. I think it's about 7 o'clock. I get a free breakfast when I show up early enough.
There's a lot of food consumed in this building. I would be really frightened to count the number of calories.
The day at Bungie starts with the obligatory
Run through security.
You have like 3 seconds to get to the door and actually open it before it relocks.
The warehouse.
Over there's the multiplayer engineering pod.
Where our genius, wildly talented programmers sit and make problems for artists, typically. Maybe not Luke Timmons.
All along the far back wall, we have environment art.
Hey, Marcus, how would you describe this pod?
This particular pod? Command Central.
Crunch is the period of game development when everyone on the team is there working late, trying to cram as much stuff in as he can.
There's not really that much pressure until you see the countdown clocks. It's kind of a doom clock.
The anxiety level is pretty high. I think I left it at 1:30 last night.
The pressure's on, but usually that's where people come out and do their best work.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing today.
I don't either.
This used to be a Lowe's hardware store, I believe.
This building used to be True Value Hardware.
Or maybe it was a supermarket.
From what I know now, they do Halo in here.
There's a second floor, but it's only on the very back section of the building. It's actually, I think, above the bathrooms.
The bottom floor is for development. The people on the top floor kind of run the stuff that's kind of external to the development of the game.
The full-time employees don't want to be disturbed. Therefore, don't use the front door if you're not working near the front door.
The only people in the studio who actually have offices are the sound guys. That door that's open right over there is the door to Marty's famous ivory tower office.
When it says email or die, that means he's composing.
This is the bowels of Bungie. Several people believe that my main role is to push the coffee cup around the studio. This little tiny area here is artists that are doing multiplayer map design. They have plants, they have Chris Carney memorabilia.
Strangest thing about the building. It's got to be the no windows.
You have no idea what the weather's like outside.
It's cloudy.
It's a little bit like a bunker.
So everybody can hear everything you're saying all the time.
There's supposed to be this kind of unwritten rule that if somebody has their headphones on, that you don't come and tap them on the back and ask them a question. But I think it's an unwritten rule because nobody's really paying attention to it.
The acoustics are fantastic in here. I could hear somebody in test fart, and they're all the way on the other side of the building.
When over from there, there's the design pod with all the guys working on the single-player missions.
The design pit. It's really meaningless without these guys. Except Miller.
Whatever door. It's actually kind of tough to tell what time it is.
Don't they do that in jails? They don't put clocks anywhere?
It's the building. It just has this sort of casino-like atmosphere.
Las Vegas.
They make you walk past all these aisles so you could go to a computer and maybe sit down and do some work.
Good morning. Sucked.
Number 69 is lemongrass chicken for Sean. Figure out who gets what.
It happens every crunch.
8, 10, 12 weeks, you haven't had a meal at home.
We can't live off of McDonald's every day.
We started doing this because we were doing Crunch, and we're like, yeah, everybody starts eating the free food.
He's the reason why we have the weigh-in. He was a biscuit away.
An estimated body fat, an estimated lean body weight.
I haven't weighed myself for years.
Yeah, that's all
Or do you go to the bathroom,
to me.
take a massive dump, you're like, this will compensate.
Sometimes that saves 2 pounds, who knows?
People in the neighborhood that's just looky-loos, want to know what's going on. Occasionally they walk by and they open the door and they can see this figure here. And it just looks like a place they want to see what's inside, So they try to trick me. And so far I've caught all of them.
Harold is the studio manager.
Harold Ryan is my boss.
He sits there. Harold actually has the smallest desk in the company.
This is where we go whenever we need help with the light mapper. How's the light mapper doing today?
Excellent.
Hey, Luis, how's the light mapper doing today?
Not too well.
See, it's the...
This is sort of the central pod of test right here. There's Jamie Evans, our test lead, hard at work as usual.
Hey, rumor has it there's a tester here with a tattoo.
Yeah?
Can we see it? Exciting, wasn't it?
I think I can count the number of women that work on Bungie on one hand.
There's women here?
There's a few. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The interesting thing about our fax machine is it doesn't actually receive faxes. So it's just kind of this little quirky thing in the system that is just insanely inefficient.
There's 3 bathrooms.
2 here, and then there's
one up at the front, which is sort of for guests, and it's in the safe zone.
And then there's one upstairs that they just put in. 1 out of every 3 times I go to the bathroom, I actually have to wait in line.
1 bathroom for 200 guys.
2 or 3 stalls for the guys, and I don't know how many stalls. How many stalls are there for the girls?
There's equal numbered.
Really? How do you know that?
Another for 3 women.
And I've spent my entire life waiting in lines.
How crazy is that?
Have you been outside when people are dropping the deuce?
No.
Like we hacky sack outside, and you can smell every scent. It's like this huge gust of. I'm not kidding you. You can't get on your skin. Feel that. Feel that.
No, I'm not touching that. Just like I'm not going to touch your hacky sack from now on.
When you're really in the thick of crunch, you start having dreams about work. You're in here for 20 hours a day, and you're not seeing your family. And those are the things I think that give you the battle scars.
Okay, so that's Damiani's.
11 hours, either free breakfast or free dinner, but not both.
There's actually a false floor. There's all the network cables that run underneath that.
How many miles of wire in the building?
Millions of miles of network cables.
So 175 ports times 12 cables each.
That's probably too high.
Divided by 5280 for miles. That's 49.7 miles of cable.
It's 50 miles.
Moving all of the testers from over there to over here so that we're next to Jamie.
That's right. Everybody closer, better communication.
It's Jamie's master plan.
We're like an organic...
Yes, we really seaweed.
Some of the people that come in tomorrow, they're going to be in for a pretty big surprise. Those guys kind of knew that they were moving. This guy, I don't think knew.
We're a floating island of madness.
I don't know what it's like actually under the false floor. They say that people who crunched a little too hard, you might find some of them down there.
Crunch is the seed of divorce.
Nothing got done today.
I've been fixing a single bug all day, and it still isn't fixed.
It is the seed of stress headaches.
It's a really big mess. This is just busted.
Crunch is also incredibly fun.
Sweet. Yes.
Ice cream?
Ice cream.
Delivered just for you.
Wow.
Mike Jack? Oh, come on, you need another one.
You can't eat just one. I already had 2.
I think everybody wants to work in a place where they're friends and where they enjoy coming to work and they do things that are, that are cool.
Oh, it's only 10:30. Wait till midnight or so. That's when it gets nuts.
This is what matters, guys. Yes, there's a lot of playing around, but this is what matters. Today, this is today, and this is content complete.
This was from a housewarming party for Mike Zach. Dave wore these green underwear. I ended up with them at the end of the party. Washed them, of course, and then brought them back.
Hey, Kiss, how you doing today?
Hey, good evening, sir. Here's the keys.
Thank you.
Crunch is when everyone is pretty much sleeping here.
Sometimes brushing your teeth, the good ideas don't come, but the harsh realities come.
Oh, 1 in the morning. Wow, it's already Friday. Making sure that people take baths and stuff like that because we're in close proximity.
You know, I don't actually know a whole lot about the shaft, but we had to do an SDK upgrade, and so I was here till 2:30, and so somebody gave me the shaft.
It is the middle of the night, and we're going to be playing the beta with a group of guys in Japan. Ganbarimashou. Good night, Green Johnny. How did that feel for you?
It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I have been here working almost overnight.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Good, good.
I've went home and come back and they didn't even go home 24, 28 hours a shift. Thanks, sir.
Actually, I take half-hour break, close my eyes for 20 minutes.
So, hey, take care. Have a good day, Jerome. Have a good shift.
Yeah, I think it might take me, half hour or 1 hour more. After I solve that, I will be super happy. I will tell you, I think I fixed that problem.
Yeah, so the thing with pulling an all-nighter is you get the good parking spot the next day.
Good morning, Phil. Good morning, gentlemen. Morning, Phil. Back at it again?
Back at it.
Back at it. All right, have a good morning. You too.
Welcome to the DVD surround sound test. Speaker on that side. Speaker on that side. Speaker behind you over there. Speaker behind you over there. Center speaker.
Well, hello everybody out there in fan land. I'm Marty O'Donnell. I'm the audio director and composer for Bungie Studios, and joining me today in these developer commentaries on this this evening is Joe Staten, the director of cinematics, and Jason Jones, the fearless leader of Bungie Studios. Welcome, guys. Let
Thanks,
the fans
Marty.
know what your voices sound like.
Hi, Marty. Jason has a deep, rich, manly voice.
Yes.
Wow,
Go,
you know what?
There it is, opening scene. What do you think?
Well, since it's been a while since I've seen this, the really funny part about all this stuff with the Pillar of Autumn is in all of these shots.
Is that Paul Russell built it in like 4 minutes?
Other than that, is that the Pillar of Autumn never moves.
Right.
In this cinematic and other cinematics, it's just a piece of BSP geometry that the camera always moves around. So to simulate movement,
Oh my God, it's Captain Keys.
Look at
we had to do some crazy stuff.
He's got at least 12 polygons.
Mhm.
As for tracking us all the way from
Now, just
Go ahead.
From a behind-the-scenes point of view, the really interesting thing about Halo 1 cinematics is that probably at least 60% of all the movement of the characters is either done through AI behaviors or through playbacks. And playbacks are just someone possessing the character and running him around the space and recording what he does, the player input, and then playing that back again. So Keys moving around, that's just a playback animation with a bunch of custom animations fired off in script.
Right, like the pipe, which you had a lot of trouble with the pipe, and I remember you having a lot of trouble with handshaking and other things like that.
What was Keys doing just there?
He was packing his tobacco. What do you think he was doing?
His eyes closed suggestively.
You know what I love about these guys, though, the crewmen, is that
They all have Matt Seger's face.
they all are Matt Seger. Matt Seger, who was the sound programmer on Halo 1, and my good friend.
Now here's is a scene, one of many scenes that we'll get to, where Jason and I wrestled about exactly how much stuff we could put, because you can see a couple little frame rate pitches in here when I'm spawning warthogs and putting in pelicans, and Jason was a stern master with the number of things I could throw in the scene. But then I always threw in a couple more.
I don't remember any of that. I don't remember ever being a stern master.
You know what I just realized about
Does this warthog still crash when it goes off frame?
It does. Okay, listen to it. It's going to crash as it goes off scene.
Wait. No, I think it's the one that comes after this one.
Warthog.
And again, all these guys are just running, they're either running AI or playbacks to make these animations happen.
Hey, Jason, explain to me why human beings would make a Jeep that big. I mean, look how big that is compared to Sergeant Johnson.
Because it looks awesome.
He looks like a 4-year-old when he's trying to drive it.
And I think as Sergeant Johnson goes through these lines here, written by the unforgettable Matt Sell, I think this was the moment where, wait for the crash.
Here it goes. It's going to go behind.
Oh, looks like somebody fixed that bug, Marty O'Donnell.
You know what? We did do that.
But I think this was the moment we all realized that Sergeant Johnson
Here it is.
was going to
Here it is. This one's going to crash. Listen for it.
No, they fixed it. They fixed
it. I shouldn't have fixed it. In the game, you hear it crash.
Sure.
Right. Here's what I'm thinking about this whole director's commentary thing.
Yeah.
Whatever this is called, developer's commentary.
Designer commentary.
Designer
developer
commentary. It reminds me of the famous Jamie Griesmer quote about 30 seconds of fun.
Yeah.
I think if anybody who sits through the 2.5 hours, they'll probably have about 30 seconds of fun.
If we're lucky.
Okay. Jason?
I'll take it from here.
Yeah. You're on.
I'll carry us through the next 2 hours.
Look at that sync, Marty. That's good Foley sync. Remember how hard we had to work to make that happen?
Only in normal is it in sync. I think it's out of sync in every other version.
Wow, I guess we just skipped all the way to this cutscene.
Oh, here we go. He's going to shake hands. Let's look. Yeah. How hard did you work on that?
Let me just say that those animations were not authored together. They were authored separately. So getting them to actually shake involved slightly nudging their spawning points closer and closer until it actually worked.
And of course, the lovely Jen Taylor as Cortana, who we just couldn't live without. Captain Keyes, played by Pete Stacker, who's also Sergeant Stacker. He's a dual role. Steve Downs.
Oh, that looked like it hurt.
Steve Downs is Master Chief, but crewman, you know who that crewman was, right?
Did you see me just blow through like 6 Dutch angles there? That was awesome stuff.
Well, you do what? Go down with the ship?
Where'd the pipe come from?
There you go.
That's the question of the day. But if you look, from this point on, I believe Keyes' mouth is permanently sort of turned down in the lower right corner from his pipe. And who kept shooting Cortana from the back? That's just not right.
That's why we have so many little boy fans.
Hey, do you remember the bug where, because she was transparent and that the display was transparent, and we went round? I think that was one of the last bugs we fixed on these cinematics, was getting her to sort properly.
Oh, really? No, I don't remember anything about Halo 1. Did I work on this game?
I think.
Everything. Force deployment, weapons research.
Earth.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
He delivered that so well, though. Come on. Captain Keyes also said the best line in Oni. Joe.
Dead. Keep moving. Well, the great thing about sort of Bungie games is that we have this really cool stable of actors, right? That stick around from game to game.
All 2 of them?
All 2 of them now. You got to get rid of the guy that plays the grunt, though. He's a hack. Well, I mean, in Halo, we really didn't have that many more characters than, you had Keyes, Cortana, and the Chief, and Spark. But the cast was so much. I mean, even Sergeant Johnson wasn't called Sergeant Johnson. He was just called Sniper Sergeant. But yeah, I mean, I think that alone just made everything a little bit more simple. And you know what, honestly? We just weren't too worried in Halo 1 about tying up loose ends.
Oh, yeah, the chapter titles were some of them were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up and get behind me.
Sir.
Sir.
I think we'll see that one in a little bit.
Oh, gosh. We're all the way through the Pillar of Autumn already.
We're skipping all the good
Now
parts.
would be a very good time to leave.
Great animation by Mr. Steve Abeda, or maybe Steven Okazaki, I can't remember which. But this is one of the few scenes where we actually had a ton of custom animation because, you know, I couldn't walk the Master Chief around in a life pod or do AI. So yeah, the Pillar of Autumn is not moving at all. Everything else is moving.
Oh, and here's the famous. So I don't know how many people know this.
Yeah. Oh wait, this is the bug that will always make my eyes bleed. If you look in the lower left-hand corner, I think you can see the edge of the mat in this next shot where Halo's coming up, and you can see a little bit of.
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keyes is
Wait
going
for it.
in
Okay,
again.
Pillar of Autumn not moving.
Yes, gotcha. Well, it looks like it's moving.
Clever camera work, Jay. Oh, wow.
And actually, Brian Morden, the guy who visited us from the Make-A-Wish program, did that line, the autumn she's been hit.
Yeah. Oh, there was the edge of the mat.
Really?
Yeah.
I still missed it.
Now, am I remembering correctly that this was your favorite cinematic from Halo 1? I think it was it?
That was brilliant. I'm crying right now.
Jason is crying, I can attest. By the way, who's the voice of the dropship pilot at this moment?
Is it Jay's wife?
No.
Who is it? I forget, who is that?
That's Jen Taylor.
Is that Jen Taylor?
That's, we put a Cortana line and a Jen Taylor line right next to each other, and you didn't even know.
Interesting.
Brilliant. She's a brilliant actress.
Now that little snippet there of the inside the life pod thing, again, that was a playback recording, which is me sort of standing in the life pod as it's actually going in, recording both the movement of the pod and the camera. And that gets used a bunch of different times in Halo 1 cinematics, because Halo 1 cinematics were filthy, cheat-filled, duct tape and baling wire cinematics.
Awesomeness.
That's Bernie's Bloom, right?
Bernie, little raise a Buddha action.
Raise a Buddha.
Halo 1 was awesome.
It is.
What happened? These long gameplay sections, you got to start saying something.
Next time he shoots a grunt, I'll start talking.
You know, clearly Marty was filming the gameplay sequences because
I knew that was gonna come up.
they are plodding, but very, very helpful.
They're helpful. I didn't want it to look like someone actually playing the game, but someone sort of filming the game.
So I can't help but notice there are a lot of waypoints, Jones. What's up with all the waypoints in Halo 1?
I had nothing to do with them. I deny everything.
Now, Q AI.
That's
Combat
my favorite piece of AI.
Unbelievable. Now here's my favorite line in the game.
I don't know if they show it.
Yeah, don't we show it? Here it comes.
This cave is not a natural formation.
It's not? It's not a natural formation?
I don't believe it.
No duh.
Hey,
wait a minute, it looked like a natural cave to me.
You remember how mad you were at me before the GameStop demo that we made where the Master Chief was flying around Silent Cartographer? And we had the basics of the AI combat dialogue system in, and one of the few things the Marines did was raise their arm and say, woohoo, when they went over rocks.
Uh-huh.
And I went back in the studio and re-recorded them because they didn't sound like woohoo enough. And the Marines sounded really woohoo, and you started playing the game. Man, you were mad as a hootie owl when you heard those new Marine dialogue.
Wow, I seriously don't remember anything.
Did you hit Jason over the head, Marty?
Yeah.
He seems to have
This has been in India.
selective memory loss.
He's so mellow now.
So mellow.
Well, Marty,
so
talk a little bit about that little moment that we just saw.
Oh, that was one of those moments.
Famous light
That we
bridge.
just went
There's our ride.
It wasn't actually a cinematic. It was a, what did we call those?
We didn't have a name for them.
That's right. Now they're going to be called
Vignettes or perspectives.
Yeah.
But
you and I talked about making sure we had little moments in the game where music would come in, camera control would be taken away for 10 seconds.
Right. But those really didn't come in until the very end of the end of the project. But they were really easy to do, and I think were some of the more interesting moments of the game. Nice, silent, musical moments. Descriptive.
And gave you a sense of where you were.
Mm-hmm. Good context with not a lot of overhead.
The rest of the time, you're just inside your own head.
That's right.
And this, you could see yourself in your environment.
Right. Jones, you got to step it up. I'm dying over here. I think this is my favorite level from Halo 1. Malvern Tone, scripted, truth and reconciliation.
It's the sniper rifle.
Well,
You love the sniper rifle.
That's true.
What? There's an original line.
Some good dialogue, Joe. Though, really.
Well, you know, I mean, this is really, I think John Howard wrote some of this stuff, and I think Matt Sell wrote some of it, and you wrote some of it.
I don't remember.
You wrote all the stuff that was cool, remember?
Oh, yeah. I do. Oh, he's going to shoot a grunt. I'm going to have to start talking now.
Oh man, look at that. We skipped all the way up to here.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface.
All the dreamy gameplay skipped right over.
Which was a very good fight.
We were so proud of these little lens flares, these little volumetric flashlights. I think Bernie and I spent like 6 hours one night just running around watching the Marines.
With their lights on.
Yeah, from like midnight to 6 in the morning.
But there were girls around, right?
No.
It's one of those things, there are never girls around. So how big a team worked on Halo 1? Who remembers?
Well, I think it was about 40 people, right? Without, I mean, all the burly men of Test and...
Yeah, don't count Test. Only because...
Don't let Harold hear this.
No. I'm just in terms of working on the game and not testing, because we got all sorts of extra people in the test too.
Invisible Sword Elite!
Now,
obviously.
How many Sword Elites came out on Legendary difficulty? Does anybody remember?
No, I don't.
Paul Bertone, who's not here to answer for his crimes.
Legendary was the worst on Legendary.
Oh wait,
That was
this?
awesome.
All right, what level did we cut that necessitated this cinematic?
Oh.
Do you
I
remember?
don't remember.
Coming here was reckless.
But there's some choice dialogue that's about to happen. Where Captain
Talk about
Keyes-
exposition.
Yeah, well, he is Captain Exposition. That was our nickname.
Yeah, no, tell me about the level we cut.
I can't remember.
I
which
seriously
level
don't
we cut.
remember, but I mean, it's all familiar, but.
We cut the level where we, in a more elegant way, described this.
Right.
Here it comes. What do they call it?
They call it Halo.
Well, of course they do. Chief takes it in stride. Come on.
Yeah.
Chief knows exposition when he hears it.
Remember those guys down at E3 that thought Chief was a girl because there's always a girl's voice coming out of him?
Well, in every movie or game, I mean, there's always that scene, right, where you've got to expose the critical details. Usually you try to dramatize it nicely, but there's some drama there. Keyes has got some pipe business.
Hey, explain
cameras moving around.
Explain the lighting in this level, because this is cinematic lighting par excellence.
Well, I mean, really, I think all of this lighting, I really don't remember how much lighting, cinematic lighting we had turned on for Halo 1.
I think it's all just the way it was. I don't think you had any choices.
Yeah.
You just had to eat it. This was like...
Oh, I remember that now. It was fun.
I have a new mission for you.
The moment when all the Marines get Covenant guns and you leave the ship that you just invaded with the captain in tow. I don't know. I was always really excited about
There
that
it is.
emotionally.
Shut up and get behind me, sir. Yeah.
Now, given Keyes a needler, you want to describe that bug?
Yeah. Come on, Jason. Whose idea was that?
That was Paul's idea.
Oh, okay.
But if I remember correctly, the bug was that Keyes still had AI behavior, right? Which was taunt enemy corpse with his weapon. And so Keyes, with the needler, would, of course, unload into the dead elite or what have you.
And then explode and kill himself.
That
was pretty classic when Keyes ran up to a guy and, filled him with needles and then blew everybody up.
Explain this part.
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what happens.
What's happening here? Weren't there hunters or something?
Yep.
And where's the shot that shows us killing the hunters?
I think this was one of those cinematics in Halo 1 where we kind of ran out of time. If you notice, there aren't any characters really, except for the two hunters.
He's gonna kill him.
Controls and boom.
Oh.
Keyes is a badass.
So we're just supposed to
I had to take the hunters out because the collision with that cinematic model of the dropship that they sort of interpenetrated and it didn't look too.
Our first level.
B30. That was our code name.
We spent so much time rebuilding and rebuilding and rebuilding
Covenant
B30.
believe that what they call the silent cartographer is somewhere
Turned out pretty
under
well.
this island. The cartographer is a map room that can lead us.
I remember you were swaying that dropship because you're just trying to make it look cool.
The island has multiple structures and installations.
Little Steve Beta right there, animation. So Marcus looking good, the Marcus Marine.
I totally guilted Steve into doing that. Because that guy was just standing in his seat facing forward.
Yep.
Woo! This is one of my favorite encounters, though. And we have the full Halo music playing in this encounter for the first time. Oh, and then we're done. Wow.
Now,
Use the hollow panel to shut down the
what,
security system.
Jones, was the original objective for this mission? Do you remember?
It's sort of becoming the theme of the evening, but I don't remember, Joe.
It was to kill the Prophet, who was trying to find this silent cartographer. Remember, you were supposed to, the Prophet was going to go, he was getting the map, and you were supposed to go and assassinate the Prophet, which, like most good ideas that we don't execute on the first time around, we save for the next game.
Are you saying
awesome
that we haven't thought through every story point for every game all the way from beginning to end?
I could be saying that, but really what I'm saying is we usually fail to execute on brilliant ideas the first time around and then knock them out of the park next time.
Here's one of my favorite. We did this because we did this in the XO2 demo. Here it is.
Little
Just to
playback
show
animation,
you.
little AI walk.
And
cue the custom animation.
Why is there a stone here?
He's got a big backpack.
Why Why is there a stone there?
Well, there's not a stone there anymore.
I think the chief just took care of that problem.
Yes. That's a great perspective.
I think the chief's motivation was to walk to the end of the diving board and kick off the one and only stone in all of the
Halo 1
interiors in Halo 1. He didn't like it.
There. That hollow panel should activate
Ah, some good Shikai hologram
Ladies
action.
and gentlemen, Shikai Wang.
Yep.
Beauteous.
Analyzing.
So talk about the mirrored floors.
Halo's control center is located there.
I don't remember anything about the mirrored floors. I think back then mirrors were all the rage.
Did we have any mirrors in Halo 2? And I guess we're talking about
There
Halo
was
1.
one on the floor of the control room. But we'll get to that in about 2 hours.
After the 30 seconds of fun are done.
Ah. Yeah, B30, I have a lot of fond memories of B30. It's like a childhood home. Backyard.
So you could go 2 different ways around the island.
Well, I mean, it was the Halo 1. It was the Halo 1 test bed, right? I mean, that's where
everything started.
Now this cinematic, again, we cut a level, and I don't remember what level we cut.
That's horrible. The coordinates are underground.
And I had to. Well, we had to couple this.
No, because this is B30 and the next level is B40, right?
That's true.
So I don't think there was
You're telling
anything
me
cut.
We always had planned that we were going to open up the magic hidey hole.
I'm not saying it was a good plan.
Wait, here's Shikai covering our asses again with the absolutely fake manhole.
Oh yeah, that's.
The Pelican actually fit in that manhole?
Oh, the Pelican's like 14 miles long. It can carry 70,000 people. Yeah, that's why we didn't actually show the.
Okay, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Staten.
Grunt comedy?
Grunt comedy.
Oh, I would have been your daddy, Marty.
I forgot about that. That was Pete Stacker's line.
Fine Pete Stacker line.
He improvised that line. Here we go. Let's listen.
Yeah.
Little sniffing.
Oh. Academy Award time right there.
Grunt comedy always gets old.
I forgot how we painted ourselves into a corner where we, needed to do a dropship insertion from like inside a structure, and so we ended up flying down through the manhole on B30.
Well, in Halo 1, we really didn't have a lot of, big sort of matte painting helped transitions from one space to another. I mean, we had like this tropical island, and then we went to snow, right? And I think I remember one of your concerns was that it was just going to be hard to pull off that transition from one place to the next. So you decided it was easier just to put the Pelican through a tube.
I decided it was easier to make you suffer. Is that?
This is it. Halo's control center.
The control center. We just talked right over me singing.
Was that you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Damn, it's a big room.
Big room. Look at that thing. I love it. Master Chief always looks like he's walking with a slight little gimp. What's up with that?
You know, and you can see in this scene, because this is a lot of playback animation where it's just, me running around recording his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you probably have the more technical explanation for this, but it was keeping track of my input, right? And so if I had bad, and I was doing this all in the tool on the PC. So if I had bad lag on my mouse, it made the Chief's movements
jittery,
right? So you can see him.
You can't imagine the wealth of information.
Ah, yes, giant Cortana.
Cortana.
There was an alternate very early of the version of the story where when he rediscovered Cortana, she'd like gone berserk with power and wanted to take over Halo in the universe.
What happened to that story?
It was too good. We had to use this one instead.
Are you say you came up with a story where a woman became drunk with power and wanted to take over the universe?
Let's not go there.
I don't believe that for a second.
Sensitive.
Oh, we'll get to Miranda strapping a bomb to the Chief's back when we get to Halo 2.
That would have been awesome.
We must have known.
I was for it, Jason.
If only the world of video game
Covenant found something.
fans knew what they were missing. Knew what had been taken from them.
Who was the jerk who told you that?
Scary. Jeez.
The weapons cache he's looking
Her
for.
eyes.
Not really, we can't let him get inside.
Now, why did? Well,
this was cool.
There's no time. Get out of here. Find keys. Stop him.
And I love the Chief's animation there. And he like starts running away before he even knows what he's doing.
I'm going. I'm doing it.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going. The glowy lady said to go.
Now, this I think is the cinematic that almost killed me and you two guys too, because it is pretty much start to finish. Not this one, but the one that comes after.
Yes, we can run very quickly. I hope.
Right, except for some really cool custom animation about toward the end. All playback animation, AI stuff, back to back, taking one character as the lead actor, running him through his moves.
Oh yeah.
Then selecting the next guy, running him through, recording his stuff, and just building up this collection of different recordings for all these characters.
But do you remember how careful we were to not let anybody know that, I mean, this was the big twist, that the flood was being introduced, and this was the big moment that we had to like fake everybody out into thinking they were doing something else, but we were actually introducing the flood. Oh, I love this little, we're under attack, oh, something.
Yeah, this mission was good. This was the cutscene I was looking forward to the most, I think, to seeing done in its final place in the whole game. Not this one, the one that we're about to see.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, we had a little extra time after that cutscene, which somebody, Jamie Griesmer, wanted to take away and go right into action. I'm like, Jamie, you gotta have a little time to let the players adjust to they're in the same place.
Oh, Crazy Marine.
Crazy Marine.
Now, the original plan.
Boynton.
The original plan for Crazy Marine was he was actually going to, when you remember, Marty, we had a fight. Not a fight about this. We don't ever fight, but
never fight.
Crazy Marine was supposed to stay alive, and then when you walked however many world units away from him, and we checked, to see that you weren't looking, we were just going to have this big bang, right? And you would come back and you'd be dead on the floor.
No, I was fine with that. The thing I didn't ever want you to see him kill himself. But I also didn't want all of his lines to be said all in a row.
Exactly.
They were supposed to be said at different times, but instead, Jamie said, boring. Just have them all said at the same time.
Right.
Not that we're
kind of belaboring that here.
Yes. Well, Marty is focusing on Crazy Marine.
Well, I guess
got the bottomless clip.
But some little light sticks. Those were some of the few cool, I remember who made the big pass on this level at the very end? Was that Jamie? They just went through and splashed.
Jeez,
Marty. Jamie went in and just splashed a whole bunch of blood decals and a whole bunch of crazy, made these little covenant barricades and really did some awesome stuff.
Coming down the elevator and seeing the blood all over the walls.
Right.
Notice how the music takes you down this hallway. Of course, I'm going as slow as I possibly can.
Notice how Marty's exactly running everywhere perfectly to maximize the effect of the music.
I'm looking in. What is that?
You know what, Marty? This music takes me other places too. It takes me to some real special happy places deep inside my heart.
Good. And then we go down this. You see, I'm being real cautious. This is the way players would be.
Slowly.
They should, in this level, they should be kind of freaked out. That's what I was saying. Look at the blood, the thing. It's scary. I'm looking left. Yeah. Wait, what's to the right? A trigger volume?
Yeah, the idea that knowing something horrible happened and going into the very room where it happened, but not knowing that's where it happened until you listen to the video.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what's cool about this.
Yeah.
But somebody needs to explain to me.
Yeah.
Why does the Master Chief put this little video playback chip in his head and it makes these fast forward noises like some old VCR tape?
I'm not quite sure, but why does every time that someone talks on the radio in Halo, does it make the...
They just haven't improved radio communications 500 years in the future.
I think it's the same.
They've already been improved, actually, in the present. Yeah, this was...
That's because real weapons 500 years from the future are going to be totally boring. As Rob McLeese likes to say, a weapon 500 years in the future is going to be a glass of water. And you drink it and all your enemies die. And I think we probably got to that point 300 years in the future, and then we decided to go back to fun guns.
Fun guns. Private Jenkins.
Remember, I wanted you to license an actual song for this? What were we going to license? Magic Carpet
Paint It
Ride.
Black. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Rolling Stones. Instead, this is an O'Donnell Salvatore original, rock and roll something. Oh, Mendoza was cool. I liked him.
with Lorraine McLeese.
Oh yeah, she was the dropship pilot. Reload's clear. Excellent, Lorraine.
And again, this is the only time I shot out the back. Well, when I wasn't shooting out the back of the Pelican, it's because the Pelican, because it was all a playback, was just vibrating like a in the trees, and they kept like cutting through the bay and stabbing people in the head. Oh, it was horrible. And then I think Chris Barrett put that bush there right at the very end, or not to blame Chris if he didn't do it, but like the magic bush that was never there before when I made all the playbacks.
No, let's blame Chris. That's more fun.
Yes. So what is this video effect?
Jamie probably helped him. They did it together.
Now, pretty much every time I'm not pointing the camera at the action, it's to avoid an animation pop, spawning a character, something that was bad.
Play.
And I think I must have tried to record this because I ran all the guys through and then tried to record a camera. And like once you do all this camera stuff is being recorded in real time. So he's just going through and trying to make it work.
Elite is made of concrete when he kicks him.
Wait, was he?
He doesn't move at all.
He doesn't move at all.
See, look, I'm looking away because Keys is about to pop off screen. Boop! Oh, hey, Keys. And this is all playback stuff. Like, this is me, mouse and keyboard in our
Controlling
tool.
every single
Controlling
character.
every single character, yeah.
Those were the good old days.
I don't remember them as good, precisely.
They were old, though.
They were old.
They were old.
Right. Well, let's get this door open.
But
See,
just
but
a
good
really
voice acting covers everything.
Like, watch. He's going to pop before he does his custom animations, so look away. Pop! Here he goes.
Look back.
Hey!
And that's what the chief saw.
That's right. That's the same thing.
And now we're going into the room where the chief was last seen.
Marty, I noticed there's no music here. What was that choice about?
Oh, it's all ambience. If you guys are listening closely, there's really cool, spooky ambience here.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to hear it? It's just spooky.
Yeah.
This is actually the name of the piece is
Now wait.
Spooky 1.
Did you hear the gun noise? Every time you spawned a character in Halo 1, it made the reload sound.
Oh, and Halo 2, and Halo 3, by the way. Jason. Oh, wait.
Private Carney.
Chris Carney, ladies and gentlemen.
Look how casual Keys looks.
Now, the guy's obviously dying.
Do you copy? Over.
Mendoza.
Do we know how much Scully was going to kick ass before we cast him?
No. No, yeah, actually. No. When he came in, he was great. David Scully, Sergeant Johnson.
How many times does
Stole
Sergeant
the
Johnson
show.
die in this game?
Look at poor Keys doing his playback animation with his neck. Ah, yes, here they come, busting out.
First time ever, the party hats.
They're not so much busting as getting stuck on the door. Wait, here comes one. Those things are big.
Yeah, they are big.
It's like they're getting mobbed by turkeys.
Hey. Boy, that was some bleepable
Now, there's
language
this
from
great
Sergeant.
bug. I don't know if this is the one, but where an infection form would invariably just affix itself to Keys' crotch and
Yes,
just start
I know.
munching away. This is all just AI, like spawn
I know,
bunch of infection forms and let it happen, right?
Well, no, that's why I had to capture that movie a couple of times, I swear.
Because of the crotch
the random
diving of
crotch
the
grab.
infection form.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the chief, he's worried.
Now,
he
this
knows.
is where
It's all right here.
what Jamie wanted to do here is immediately have, boom, the flood attack. And I said, please, just give me a little time to say, all right, this is a creepy
You
place.
saved Halo 1.
I did.
Right here.
Right here. Jamie would have been out of control. And then, here come the party hats.
Wow, that looks cool.
Man, that is so cool.
Ah, yeah, Marty, way to build anticipation.
The only time we could get more than like 4 enemies on the screen at once in Halo 1 is if they were infection forms. Oh wow, look at the field of view in that shotgun.
Now, the name of that level was... Wait a minute. What was the name of that level? Because that was 343 Guilty Spark there. That was a chapter title.
That was a chapter title, I think.
What was the name of the... What was the name of the level?
I'm trying to listen to the light bulb.
Poor Spark. He didn't have any custom animation or playbacks in that scene, but he could look to points. You saw right there where I could script him to look down, or look up, or look right or left.
Full hammer.
It's just funny to watch him here, and he's still got that great little, character piece of his eye moves in time with his flickers in time with his speech, but if you look at the stuff in Halo 3 now and the great work that's getting done, I mean, he's just so much more animated and cool. But thank God we had the light flickering and the cool voice acting of Tim Dadabo.
Listen to the sound effects.
Is this a level from Mario? You get to see what you're going at.
Exactly right.
Now the question is, who opens this door? I.
The cameraman.
Who opened that door? You know who I think it was?
Just
the Grave Mind.
Yes, I think you're right. Oh, the humming monitor. Tim Dadabo.
I hope you captured some stuff of you shooting the monitor.
Oh yes, I'm sure I do. I bet you I do right now. Come on. Yes.
Please control your tower.
Marty, you're not zooming when you're shooting the pistol.
Well, because zooming a pistol never made any sense to me.
Look how fast that pistol was firing. What were you thinking?
It's cool. I remember liking this level a lot.
I like the library.
I want to play it right now.
Absolutely.
Good work, Tyson.
That was good stuff.
Tyson has gotten a bad rap for this level. I love this level. I seriously do.
Wow, look at the textures. They're like 4x4 pixels.
Oh, geez, we're done already. Sorry, guys. We just zipped through it.
Well, you know, you got to be efficient.
Yes.
Well, here's Spark doing a little some playback stuff. There's a little bit more animated. Now you, again, I remember you did Jason, disliking pretty much every time that I put rumble in the controller in a cinematic.
Yes.
And I think I put some right there, a little rumble.
I probably just didn't notice it.
Now how's the Chief standing where he's standing?
It's a glass surface, right?
I don't know. That's so interesting. What bug number was that? I forget.
Bug number won't fix.
Bug number, ship it. Look at that jerk. Incident 1 of the magic disappearing index in Halo 1.
Because what is the index made out of? No one really
made out
knows. It's the same as the Cortana chip that just disappears into slots.
The flood is spreading. We must hurry.
I mean, just looking back, I'd forgotten how much of the Halo 1 cinematics really was just camera movement. I mean, it just was things which stood still or moved in simple ways.
Neither of these characters even have lip sync.
Yeah, that's true. Made it a little easier.
Genius.
I just nod my head.
Yeah, sir, there's a little bit laggy because of the input. It's funny. I mean, all that looking, all the walking around.
He's got a gimp right now.
Some kind of. Yeah,
he's been through a lot. He's hurt.
Code.
Unfortunately, my
also known as whack.
Look at Spark fly to his points. Man, that is an actor that can hit his marks. And cut on the poppy animation.
That final step is reserved for you, McClaver.
Now, it was funny because I don't remember exactly why this was true. Probably because in Halo 1...
So we have no idea how he took the index from Spark. That's always off camera.
Happens off camera.
Genius.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh,
Brilliant.
Sparks. There she
I love this scene.
Boom! Now, when you don't have time to make an effect, you just make the screen go kind of green.
Toady?
Well, do you remember why she says things like Toady?
No.
Because originally you wanted Cortana to have a British accent, Jason.
What?
Yes, you did.
I don't remember any of this. You guys
Absolutely
could say
did.
anything.
All those words.
You know what? That's actually true because when we cast Cortana, we asked every woman to do an English accent for us at the same time.
Mid-Atlantic, maybe, kind of.
Don't try to blame this on me.
We did, and then we decided not to.
I absolutely am.
Sod off, Toady. What is that?
Toady. And I think this was one of those cinematics where we'd already, gee, Marty, this was one of those cinematics where we already had a bunch of dialogue recorded.
Yeah.
And I made the point that maybe a sort of American-sounding AI shouldn't be saying things like that. And I think your response was, Jim, beep this, go yourself. We're not re-recording that dialogue. Marty wouldn't say something like that. That's my interpretation.
I re-record everything you want, Joe.
You said, I'm very busy. I think we should ship what we have. But thank you for your suggestion.
Whatever.
You're all equally edible.
Mm.
The only way to stop the flood is to starve them to death.
Now, does that make a lot of sense? Should someone explain that to me? I've never quite gotten that. All sentient beings. So we starve them to death? What's
I love
exactly?
how every Halo game, we always have to have the scene where someone explains how the flood works and what the Halo rings do to them.
I mean, Jason, when did you come up with that?
Written all by Jones.
But
That is so much. No, the spark more technical.
The Chief's just staring at him.
He's trying to decide who to believe. That's what he's making up his mind now.
Behind the mask, he's going through a variety of emotions.
Yes. Do I stay with my little glowing friend or my AI girl? What do I do?
Yeah, there are only so many different ways you can move a camera around a non-moving
Look, he's
object.
like, okay, do I do this? Do I do this?
Oh, here they come.
Wait a minute. He's got an AR in his hand.
We must activate the ring.
I hope.
I hope the Chief has a really punchy, awesome line to finish this scene. I guess we gave it to Spark, didn't we?
Here it is. Yes.
Give your construct to me, or I will be.
Wow, those Sentinels just aren't moving, are they?
They're threatening.
That's not gonna happen. Of course.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Dispose of the rest.
Oh, take his head, dispose of the rest. I love that.
Dispose.
Look out.
But what? Now he's got a plasma pistol. Somebody explain that to me. I swear he had an AR.
Explain to me how you missed that first Sentinel.
That was Joe. I remember he
Nice decaling. Now this was one. Oh no, what level did we cut here?
This is ridiculous. Yeah, we're like trying to. How do you disable the power cores? How do we do that? There's got to be explosives. There's got to be an explosion.
You just walk into
what
them.
could possibly happen? Wait, why don't we just walk into a big glowy light? If we walk into the lens flare.
Here comes the best exposition of the game. Of course there is.
That's how the monitor moves about so quickly.
That's how the monitor was about. Okay, yeah.
Listen to how fast Jen is talking.
Yeah, because you wrote this like in the last second before she showed up. What?
Jen's saying, "What the hell are you people making me read?"
I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your sheet.
Pull it from your suit? Only once. Why is that, Joe? So how are you going to like distract people from saying, why haven't you been using this method of
Let me
transportation
just
this
say
whole
the
time?
worst cinematic in the game, which is what we just saw, is actually bookended by the best cinematic in the game.
With the fly through here?
No, don't you remember?
Oh gosh.
Well,
I don't remember.
It was the signature comedy moment of Halo 1 that I think eventually you came around to thinking was actually pretty good, but I mean, you know my impulse is always to put in a little comedy. This I remember you thinking was a bit too much.
I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI.
So is this Master Chief and Cortana flying through the level, or is this how they're getting around? What are we looking at here, Joe?
Gratuitous flashy lights.
And then,
yep,
here we are.
This is brilliant.
Oh,
Oh, I see. The
Nice spark.
needs to be... Right.
Oh.
Sorry.
He hit
It's a nice
Cortana.
little moment.
It's a great
It's
moment.
a nice little moment.
And that will distract us from thinking about why we're using this transportation grid for one time only.
Yeah, I'm thinking in the cinematic that came before that one, the Chief just should have started hitting his head a lot to distract people from that dialogue.
Oh, I love the blob blurpy
Good.
drops that come down here.
Analyzing damage.
Yes.
This
Yes,
hole was
you
caused
gotta
by some
jump.
kind of explosive.
But you could stay here for quite some time.
Wait, Tyson, why don't you start an infinite flood respawner right behind the
Yes.
Chief?
We should continue our search.
You know, Tyson told me it wasn't infinite. Is that true?
I don't think it was infinite so much as it became more and more demonic as time went by.
Certainly not the 30 seconds of fun we all talk about.
I think Tyson just started spawning Flood that didn't have weapons like carrier forms.
Oh my gosh, the most brilliant thing in Halo 1 was the fact that the carrier forms didn't explode from a grenade until they landed.
That's cool. So,
that's good.
Yeah, I waited for her to give the line that jump in the fluid is looking better all the
Becomes
time.
one of the few matte paintings in our game.
Whoops.
Wherever it is, I guess we missed it.
Interactive music right there.
Nice splash. Hey, look, you're underwater.
I love it. No, you're under fluid.
That was the Halo 1 marathon moment right there.
Yes. Well. Oh.
Back we go. This grav lift wasn't quite as much fun as the Truth and Reconciliation grav lift.
Now, I'd like to say that I was the guy who said we need to have Captain Keyes say, "Chief, leave me." because I said we need to have a reason why you're looking for Captain Keyes and you believe that he might be on there. Just want you guys to know that.
I think, Marty, that was a really good suggestion.
That was the second time you saved Halo 1.
Twice.
This is where you really started to feel sorry for the Covenant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit for Keyes, too.
Why'd you feel sorry for the Covenant here?
Well, because they're, Did you play this level?
Now, I think it's true that in Halo 1, since all the camera points were placed by hand in the tool, that we didn't have an ability in Halo 1 to actually just make them start at a set speed and continue at that set speed and stop. They all had a curve, sort of an acceleration curve, where they would start slow and speed up and then slow down again. So if you look, all the camera moves have this weird sort of very even, I mean not even, but they all sort of swoop in and swoop out.
Right.
Which I'm not saying is good, but it's just a little detail you notice. Rob McLeese with that excellent flood Keyes brain goo particle effect when you shake that thing.
If you listen closely right there, he's still going, even though he smashed his head in, yeah.
From his shattered head.
Oh.
Not a lot of cover in this room.
There we go. Some action, baby.
I think it's safe to say that was the easiest cinematic to make in Halo 1.
Now, Joe, what do you think about this next cinematic?
I don't know. I don't remember what it is.
You'll see.
Oh, yeah, I like this one.
I take it back. This is my favorite cinematic from Halo 1. And I gotta say, Marty,
you say this before.
I gotta say this because it was the cinematic where I came into your office and said, "Hey, Marty, I don't know, man. I don't really know. I got this camera move. There's no dialogue. I think it's gonna look cool, but I remember being dog tired, and you said, I got it. I got it taken care of."
Got some music for this? That's all you need. Yeah. Just like the Halo announcement trailer in 1999. It's just music and action. That's all you need. No dialogue. Until you do the comedy moment at the end.
Great looking ship and environment. So simple, but yet, I mean, that's what it was all about. Just the.
But Joe has to get the comedy in.
Well, it was a Halo 1 hallmark. Another Steve Abeta animation coming here. Whoa! Whoa!
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Nice.
What happened was
Cortana had such a good little witty back and forth in Halo 1.
That was good. It's a great level. I love this level.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, now, let's go and look to see.
Oh, I dot my eyes, Marty. I dot my eyes.
See? Yeah. I just wanted everybody to know the Banshee was still down there burning. Here we are.
The return to the beginning.
Hey, Jason, how come we're reusing geometry again?
Home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should
Because otherwise the game would have been 2 levels shorter. 3 levels.
Now, I think this was Paul Russell. I don't know how the hell we figured out that countdown clock, but I remember that was a huge pain in the.
Oh yeah, somebody wrote code
Is that Bernie
in a
who wrote
shader. Yeah, I think that's actually like in the pixel shader, like running that freaking clock.
For a cinematic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Little cutaway.
Can't imagine how exciting this is to have a record of all of our life.
He looks excited, doesn't he?
Yeah.
All of our lost time? What does that mean?
Human history, is it?
Oh. Fascinating. That's a clue.
Yeah, Guilty Spark's my favorite character.
He's good times. And Guilty Spark is one of those characters completely easy to write for.
Because nobody's actually listening to him.
I think it's safe to say there's a lot of you and a lot of me in Little Guilty Spark. A bookish, kind of annoying little fellow that nobody listens to.
And I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Wait, here comes the grenade that's larger than the world.
As for the monitor,
So what was up with that, Jones?
he must be trying to take
Making every single object laying on the ground in Halo 1
so people could see it. It was better than standing it up and spinning it around.
Wait, what games do that?
This is great. I love it when Cortana says she doesn't know what to do.
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
That's so cute.
Sentinels.
Oh, poor Chief, I forget what bug this was. Whenever he got shot playing a custom animation, he went a little bit crazy. Oh, poor Chief, no, his arm's gonna go all wonky. Ugh. Ship it.
I never noticed that. Hey, at least he's got the AR now coming out of the cinematic.
There were so many cool little screen effects that we lost in Halo 2 as well, like the ability to go in there and just sort of do the, sort of radial blurs, and I mean, that's not exactly what we call it, but just all the colors that we could wipe across the screen.
Now, here we go. More interactive music, guys. Watch this. Did you hear that? That little string crescendo?
Did you get faux hammer's death in here too?
I probably did. Come on, the trench run. This is one of the best endings in the history of games. I love this ending.
You're so humble.
Well, I didn't write it.
Now, if I remember, Marty,
I scored it. Then I just crashed like that.
I think you might have used this piece of music before, Marty.
I didn't get Fallhammer's death. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
No, actually, this piece of music you're hearing right now, this is the only time it's used in the game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So there.
It must be your great reuse of themes, Marty. I was recognizing the theme of the music is what I was doing.
Reuse of themes, yeah. It's just lazy.
Those Flood could run a little bit faster, I think.
I'll almost catch you.
Steve Abeta animation.
See, that's great.
Well, when your character has no face,
all body.
All body.
Here we go. Here we go.
Wow, you guys can sure talk.
Yeah. Jason, you gotta hold up your end now. Okay, it's
someone's got to. And Lee Wilson, who's the full-time Bungie storyboard guy now, was when he was a contractor living in New York doing storyboards, he had drawn these beautiful scenes of just this flood army spilling toward High Charity, and I remember thinking, not High Charity,
Pillar of Autumn.
Pillar of Autumn, and I remember thinking, damn, how the hell are we ever going to pull that off? But it's pretty funny. I don't know, 6 or 7 little flood guys walking across the screen.
Looks like an army, shot from the right angle.
There is no sound in outer space.
Wow, this game was awesome.
Shut them down. We'll need them later.
There is no sound in inner space, it's true. Ah, yes. I got a little bit too close to those particles, maybe. But that's all right.
Here we go. Private Dustin Echoes.
He's out there somewhere.
He is.
We almost, I don't even know how this happened. We didn't have any time to do this. I don't know how the ring ever even blew up.
Marcus made it blow up one night, and we all came in the next day, and
yeah,
it had been done.
Did anyone else make it?
Here it is.
Scanning.
Marcus made a lot of stuff happen that way in Halo 1.
Yeah.
Just dust and echoes.
Dustin Echoes. We'll go back for him.
I think Dustin Echoes was the guy that opened that door in the library.
That's true.
An entire Covenant
I always did want Sergeant Johnson to come out of some little cubby hole here.
Well, we had a bunch of legendary ending jokes where Sergeant Johnson came out brushing his teeth, and he came out doing a bunch of funny things which we couldn't do. Now the funniest thing about that was, I remember when fans finally were able to go in Halo PC, I think probably, and sort of detach the camera and see what was going on and try to see what was under the Chief's helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the Chief takes off his helmet. He's wearing another helmet.
Brilliant.
And I remember.
And then here we are.
Just give me some black.
That's right,
some
Joe.
black. How, Marty? How much black? About 15 seconds.
It's not 15.
20.
Come on, it's the ending of the entire game.
Or is it the beginning?
Oh, that's so. Do we show credits now? Because that's going to be really boring. Oh my gosh.
Since we're not recording anymore, I think it's safe to say, this is awesome. Halo 1 had a beautiful simplicity that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
This is awesome. This is inspiring to see. But it's funny. Halo 1 seemed unwieldy compared to Marathon. But now Halo 3 seems unwieldy compared to Halo 1. Everything is just the simplest like brush strokes, trying to like a couple lines from Cortana. That I mean, the ship's being attacked. Like that's the whole message of like the beginning, like coming up on Halo. But it's in the art too. It's in it's in the environments and like the characters. Just the way like everything pops. Like there's no like mess. Like all the Jackal shields and they're really like crisp.
Look at the size of that credit.
Wow. You know, I think the only thing bigger than that credit is your ego.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So Marty, seriously, come clean. How much of the music did Michael Salvatore write in Halo 1? Good stuff. I think this is the old Mullins matte painting, Chris Barrett, After Effects work. Scroll the credits.
I really hope we get more Jason in the Halo 2, but he might just curl up into a little fetal position on that one.
So Jason, as we're watching the credits, fondest memory from Halo 1?
Bernie's girlfriend almost killing me with a dart gun at 3 in the morning.
I don't remember that.
That's the first thing I thought of.
What was your least fond memory of Halo 1?
Bernie's girlfriend almost killing me with a dart gun at 3 in the morning.
Marcy, last crunch. Huh.
Do you see that in Halo 1 or Halo 2?
I just said it right there in Halo 1.
Really?
Yeah, that didn't work out too good.
Does Marcy know that you lied?
Oh, look at that. Susan Lusty, and then?
My wife was pregnant with our first child.
That is so cool.
I'm glad Jason talked during the break. Because that's going to be some good stuff to put over the scripts. Because what we just said was stupid.
Wow, I was really, it's cool. I was really kind of floored by that. I haven't watched that in a long time.
More black.
Well, there's always got to be more black.
Got to be more black.
Oh. What? Is that a star?
I think it's Darth Vader.
Oh, this has never been used before. Not over.
Ah, yes.
It's not over.
Woohoo! MGS logo. Little Steve Vai. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Jones.
I didn't hear what you said, Marty. What was that? Hey, everybody. Welcome to the farce that is the Halo 2 developers commentary. I'm Jason Jones. I'm here with Joe Staten, director of cinematics, and Marty O'Donnell. What did Marty do, Joe?
I know he wrote something. The music.
The music. Some of the music. And we're going to talk about our favorite game that we've ever developed, Halo 2.
And here.
Yes. Mellifluous tones. Some new actors. Wow.
Pillar of autumn.
David Keith.
Keith David, yes.
Keith David, David Keith.
Now, if you were watching before the Halo 1 stuff, it's just amazing the instant increase in graphic fidelity between these two things.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Actual crossfades in Halo 2, I have to say.
Blinded?
Paralyzed? Dumbstruck?
Crossfades were.
Yet the humans
were able to evade. Did you make it so things don't freeze anymore, Joe?
Well, yes, this is what's known as the director's cut remastering of the Halo 2 cinematics. Because if you actually played Halo 2, you might have noticed that there were some graphic glitches, some popping textures, some depth of field that wasn't quite in there. So what I thought I would do, and then I know you audio guys went back and did a little bit too, is really go and create the cinematics the way that we really wanted them to look. But it's all still an engine, all still playing back from the engine.
I saw you in After Effects at least once.
Shh. This is called the developer diary, not the cheater's confessional.
The council demands it.
You are one of our most treasured instruments. Long have you led your fleet with honor and distinction.
I love it.
Truth.
Wait, here comes a good line. Here comes.
Colossal failure.
Nay,
It was heresy.
Bob O'Donnell, ladies and gentlemen.
Marty's dad.
Yes.
Pretty much
cameo appearance.
Sneak him into every single game.
Will continue my campaign.
Also known as the Surly Dwarf from Myth. And he was the prophet of denial. No, what are we calling him? Prophet of something.
Yeah, well, did we do that? Good stuff. And one of the bugs that I could never fix in Halo 2, and I still couldn't fix it right there, bang, Arbiter's helmet pops every single time, and I could never figure that out.
Even in After Effects?
Even That's it, I'm going back and fixing it.
It is nice to see all these cinematics without any popping at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, so what was that all about, Jones? The popping that we ship with?
Cairo. I was just in Cairo last month.
Totally fried.
We guessed code.
But I mean, it was a hardware problem too, right?
It was because we landed the plane in like an 89-degree power dive.
On fire.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
I guess it was all obsolete anyway. Your new suit's a Mark 6.
But I mean, I remember that distinctly just being heartbreaking for everybody on the team when we realized it was just too late. It wasn't that time to put that polish on the game, and that was pretty heartbreaking for everybody.
Yeah, that was pretty. Here
we go.
Tell me how you made it back home in one piece.
How did you?
Classified.
Classified. That's good writing.
Well, you
Thank you. Oh wait. There's a grand tradition in Halo games of never really explaining how we get from one to the other. Almost, but not really, like we hadn't actually planned to make the next one.
What?
I mean, we always do. I'm just saying it's like we hadn't really planned it.
I remember when we were doing the Cortana letters years ago, where we had the entire plan from the beginning of the Cortana letters to the end of the trilogy. I remember that whole story arc, yeah.
Right. I think we might have lost that plan.
Nothing's getting past this battle cluster in one piece.
Okay, let's look at it.
Ships have been arriving all morning.
Marty, that's some nice martial stuff.
Oh, the arm pumping repeat animation.
Yes. He is extremely excited to see the Master Chief. Now, there was no addition of any post-effects in this scene.
I don't remember seeing flashes like that in the game. What happened here?
There were flashes in the game, but one of the things that we had to cut, unfortunately, from the final version was a lot of the effects work.
Oh.
So all the flags were in there, all the scripting was in there, but we just couldn't. We
just
couldn't
brought
make
it happen. Okay, that's good for historical.
historical purposes. Little grunt standing on top of the thing, extremely happy bystander.
That's my favorite line.
Heretic.
In this entire cutscene.
The brutes.
The Arbiter, he takes his punishment like a man. Look at him.
Drawn quite a crowd. If they came to hear me,
Good old Tartarus.
they will be disappointed. Are you sure?
Boy, these voices, amazing.
Put a little depth of field in. Sure, why not?
Ouch.
I mean, one of the challenging things, you see how quickly the timing of this hasn't changed, but swapping back and forth between these environments, all Halo cinematics are in real time, right? So you got to be running the stuff and loading textures and all that sort of thing, and we just couldn't quite do it. And the white flashes that you see in the game are actually hiding some stuff behind the scenes. So yeah, went back, took out some of the white flashes.
Nice.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Little comedy.
And that was cool because we had two voices saying something at the same exact time, which was not easy for us to do. In the cinematics.
It's true. See, the grunt wasn't quite tall enough. He had to stand on the other guy's shoulder.
Got it.
There was an idea at one point to have little engineers, the character that we never put in the Halo games, sort of floating gas bag character, float by on Legendary with a little ballpark tray of wieners and caramel corn and cotton candy.
Next time we'll leave a month for the Easter eggs.
Yeah, we really should.
Well, hey, Jason, how did the skulls
There she blinks.
come in at the end?
The only time that she blinked ever.
Did the skulls come in at the last minute, or were you always planning on doing
They
skulls?
actually came in after the last minute.
I forget who modeled this, but I didn't quite realize how big and fiery that effect was going to be. But But I love how the Arbiter sits here and takes that huge burning
He can take it,
thing.
baby.
He's tough. The Arbiter is tough.
Space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Show me.
15 Covenant capital ships.
Cortana looks slightly different than she did in Halo 1. What happened there?
Cortana changes her appearance. A girl's got to stay
Ron
stay
Perlman.
fashion forward.
Link up with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
You have the mech gun, Cortana. As soon as they come in range.
Oh, he almost said Cortana.
Gladly.
Something's not right.
Ooh.
The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this.
What's on the back of his head?
Well, just like Captain Keys in the first game,
Yes.
he too has a neural interlace. Just in case someone needs to punch him in the head and take his coat.
Yes, sir.
I need a weapon. Once again, great line.
Again, if you did watch the first part of the Halo 1 cinematics, there were no playback animations and very little AI work in the Halo 2 cinematics. It was almost entirely, well, 99%, I'd say, custom animated, keyframe animated, which was a big change. For us from Halo 1 to Halo 2.
Hey, you know, it looks like the gameplay section of this particular sequence is edited and scored, and all sorts of things are happening. What's going on here?
Marty.
Yeah, that's all right.
I think what we were trying to achieve was a more full representation of the game.
Okay, all right. Which meant more work for me.
Hey, check it out. The Malta's already driven up its board.
The Aussie. Oh, here's the scene that no one actually ever saw. That's why we're showing you right now.
This is bad. Real bad.
Well, it's a real challenge in Halo games because we do have this cinematic storytelling. We put a lot of our storytelling in the cinematics to get people to pay attention
to anything except a grunt.
Right.
Looks like there were more ships in the sky than I remember.
Particles was one of those things that was a real challenge for put a lot of them on screen.
Stuck grunt.
I was almost on board when they showed up.
Don't worry, man.
Wow.
Miranda's little hat.
This is cut like an MTV thing. What? This is quick. I can hardly follow it.
Oh, just let it go.
I remember hearing you guys bicker about this.
Boom!
Oh, see?
Super
the carrier that no one ever sees. There it is. Beautiful. I like that.
I think no one ever saw it, Marty, because you never attached a sound to it.
That's because I never saw it.
Me, inside your head, now.
Now,
Oh, the pickle.
Jason, you remember why we put the Covenant space pickle in Halo 2?
Okay, Jason, explain this
I
one.
just remember you were supposed to hitch it to the back of a Jeep and drive it.
That's right, I forgot about that.
You were supposed to drive it all the way across the ship. That would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome.
The Warthog, the original space station, right, it was supposed to be a zero-G training facility where there was a big open environment with warthogs and all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And you were supposed to put the bomb in the back of a little trailer, right, that attached to the Warthog, and then drive it through the human space station.
That would have been fun.
That would have been good times.
That would have been awesome.
But the reason why we have the bomb,
I know what you're thinking.
Boy, that
And
looked
it's
fast.
crazy.
Well,
because the
Unfortunately for us
original
both,
plan was to have a level after this one
Oh, yeah.
called Covenant Ship.
Covenant ship.
And the Master Chief, much like he did in the announcement trailer for Halo 2, there was no bomb. He would just man up, pop the airlock, bam, land on the Covenant ship, tear it apart from the inside.
Right. But instead, you did probably one of the most amazingly ridiculous cutscenes in the history of games.
Well, I figure if you're gonna cut a level, this is the way to cut it.
I won't.
By creating just as much work.
Based on this cinematic alone.
No, you just add a giant Covenant space pickle. Gunk!
So somehow, the airlock depressurization shoots the pickle perfectly towards the Covenant ship.
That's right.
The Chief's good.
And then who exactly, while he's floating through the air, who blasts this open for him?
The bombers come in, don't you see? It's all, see, here they come.
Is somebody telling them to do that? Like Cortana, maybe?
Let's just say that Cortana, she talks to other people while you're doing stuff.
And the music is too loud for us to hear that, which is good.
I think the music is definitely too loud.
Wow, the Covenant ship level was going to be awesome.
You were going to go in there and
eventually steal a Wraith and end up shelling like the power core of the Covenant ship.
That's right. And it was one of the missions where Miranda played a big part too.
Here's what I love.
Yeah.
His legs themselves propel him enough out of here, and then he knew that the explosion would then also shoot him in exactly the right direction.
It's almost like Marty thinks we're not making epic sci-fi space opera.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
And that's it. Comedy always distracts. It's good.
But yeah, Miranda. I mean, unfortunately, she really had her big introduction in the Covenant ship level.
Yeah.
Where she was inside the ship, you know, running around with her ODSTs for a little bit too.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and we most definitely regret the core just blew up our raggedy ass.
Now these two cinematics in a row. It's interesting. They both represent two different the announcement trailer for Halo 2 was sort of what we just did, and now this is very similar to the E3 trailer.
Right.
Interesting, and we got it in the game anyway. Yeah.
Some of the same elements, but I mean, the one thing we didn't have in the E3 trailer, right, was the huge, giant Covenant walking tank.
That's right. Or the pickle.
Or the pickle. That's true.
I remember how many times that guy missed his gun with that clip.
little sync problem.
That was like 3 months.
Whoa.
Here it comes.
Ah, there it is. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? This should have been a surprise to all the fans.
Giant Covenant walking tank. A Halo 1 idea executed in Halo 2.
Hey.
It's good stuff.
Wake up.
And Jen, you remember that in the recording studio?
Yes.
We say, hey, Jen, could you just? And she grabbed the lamp that was lighting up her script and just gave it a little tap. Oh, Marty, you're a huge jerk. Killing that poor little guy.
Right.
Jones, walk us through this encounter.
There's some bad guys, you shoot them. It's really fun. The best part is the snipers. The big argument about whether the sniper should kill you in one shot or not on Legendary.
Heading over the rooftops.
Little buggers. Hey, you know what you should be able to do? You should be able to hit the B button and take that turret off its stand.
That would be cool.
Awesome.
Why do we call them drones, not buggers? Oh, that's right, because bugger means something else in different places around the world.
Our guys are still calling them buggers. It's about 50-50.
Well, there's always that point in the Halo game, right, where you got to introduce the hunters.
And they have that special sweet spot in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's their area.
Their special area.
I don't like to be shot in their area.
Oh, look at that. That was nice. A little lip sync.
There was a great deal of combat dialogue in Halo 2, Marty. You might not remember this.
Yes, 20,000 lines. I do remember it.
Cut the chatter. We got trouble.
Oh my gosh, Tyson and I worked on level so long. Snipers are like bacon. They make anything better.
Mm-hmm. Wait, even on Legendary when they shoot you with one shot?
Yep.
And the Covenant, the Elite landing pods was one of those things that we just didn't, which was so cool in that trailer, where we didn't quite have time to put them everywhere. If I had my druthers, have them slamming down all around you.
Did you get them slamming in here? You
That's
should.
awesome.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't.
I'm sorry, I was watching the rocket launcher blow up the ghost. I didn't hear anything you guys said.
Yes, because that was cool. Oh.
Big jerk.
Analyzing the Covenant tactical chatter.
Also, something nobody saw.
Confused. I don't think they expected us to be here. Not you and me. All of us.
Well, it's really hard to get people to look at the giant hole in the ceiling when you put them in a vehicle that's moving 1,000 miles per hour and enemies in front of them. Not impossible.
Oh, wow. We blew through that tunnel fast.
It was a longish tunnel. Mr. David Cross, ladies and gentlemen.
Right through us.
Michelle Rodriguez.
50 cal rockets didn't do a thing.
Great voice. Come on, David. Oh, here comes Scully.
Of course. Scully's always bringing you good stuff.
Look at it. Oh, well, there's some depth of field I'm not remembering.
You gotta put it back in.
Wasted, Sarge.
And we will be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine.
No, sir.
Then listen up.
That's David Cross acting. That's amazing.
Well, one of the things that we always do in a Halo game is have a little bit of legendary on different difficulty levels. If you play on different difficulty levels,
yes,
you'll get something a little bit different, a little bit of different dialogue. So if someone's listening to this commentary and doesn't know that yet, this is one of those cinematics. If you start this level on different difficulty levels, Johnson, he says different things.
Oh wait, here we go.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
Now, you have been criticized for that line, Joe. I don't know if you realize that. I think it's one of the best lines ever, but there are some people who think it's a little on the sort of cheesy side.
When have I ever written a cheesy line of dialogue?
I don't know. I wouldn't call it cheesy at all.
I think that line's brilliant.
You know, I think that line really, Marty.
Yes.
I think what it is it's really one of those really truthful lines that I really channeled from personal experience. my wife's not listening to this.
Did you get any Laura prep on?
Now, at one point, that part of the level was filled with water, wasn't it?
That's true. There was some water, yeah. At least one of those areas.
Jones and his anti-water ways. You used to like water so much, man, in Marathon. What happened?
Yeah, water's in one spot in the game, like 20 square feet of water, and it doesn't work in the last 2 weeks. It's one of the things that doesn't get fixed, sadly enough.
Man, I didn't even want to think about all the fun bugs that was involved with this, all the months where you got tossed off, fell through. But a really fun fight.
So in Halo 2, we really, really enjoyed the moving giant pieces of geometry.
Yeah, what were they called, John?
Moving BSPs?
Moving BSPs. You and your mad moving BSP plans. That is
now, wait a minute.
Good-looking effects work.
How exactly?
And you shot the biggest, glowiest thing you could find.
Okay. I understand now. You mothers.
Extract the chief and return to an amber cloud.
Little texture camera.
Sir, the prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
Negative, Commander.
Probably, I mean, I think pound for pound, one of the most, it seems pretty simple, but one of the more complex cinematics in the game, just in terms of switching from little pieces of the world where the characters are with their own special lighting, and then going to these big environments outside, and then having all these texture cameras. This was definitely the cinematic that pushed the engine the hardest.
Really awesome camera work.
Really great storyboards by Mr. Lee Wilson, and some really great roughed out stuff by C.J. Cowan. But yeah, it was a really
kaboom,
a really ambitious cinematic that was probably a little bit more ambitious than we could pull off.
It looks like we pulled it off here.
Mr. Steve Scott, and I remember Steve.
I remember that.
I could not for the life of me get that effect to move properly down the street. That one that kept coming down the street.
Right.
And I remember I finally got it working, and I mean, you know me, I decided I can make it a little bit better, and I totally screwed it up. And I had to go back to Steve the next day and say, Steve, remember that thing that you placed for me that you've done it about 8 times? And God bless him, Steve Scott smiled and fixed it, but oh man, I felt bad about that. And you, Jones, who wanted to cut this part of the cinematic, admittedly, this is a pretty long cinematic.
What about us? My belly
Yeah, it's true. I did. Yeah, you're right. I remember complaining about this one.
Quiet. You two whimper like grunts fresh off the teat.
Admittedly, I was wedded to the teat line, but I think it's true that this is really Tartarus's introduction. Otherwise, he becomes
yeah, just another gray-haired brute.
Just another gray-haired brute.
Kevin Michael Richardson was Tartarus.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Marty, with your
backwards
satanic play the record backwards speaking here,
which you guys had no idea actually there was real words to it, and have screwed everybody up thinking there's some secret message going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. What's the secret message? I still didn't know that there were real world words there.
Oh, Jason.
Truth's go-to gesture.
Nice
little finger. That's right.
Should have been a sound effect on that.
elites without their armor on.
Ooh.
They got swimmer's bodies.
Yes, they're sort of leathery.
Ultimately, the terms of your execution are up to me.
Mr. Johnny Buckets. John Butkus with some really great cinematic animation in this scene.
Mausoleum of the Arbiter.
The Arbiter. Gee, it seems to me we had to re-record that line. Yeah.
This is the part in the game, I think, where people start to go, why the hell are we spending so much time with this Arbiter guy?
Well, most people are like, yeah, when do we get to be Master Chief again? What is all this backstory, exposition stuff? I'm not paying attention right now.
Yeah.
Halo something, this dude, he's disgraced.
There's definitely...
The people who pressed the A button and skipped ahead were probably pretty surprised.
Now, do you remember, Jason, when we were talking about making the heretics all hunters?
Yeah. No. What?
Yeah, there was a time in Halo 2 where the plan was...
all hunters.
Well, the heretic leader would be a hunter.
Oh.
And most of the heretics that you fought in the next level were all hunters. And don't forget that early on in Halo 2 days, where you went to go attack the heretics was actually the moon near the first Halo ring, the old infamous Alpha Moon environment.
Right.
Oh.
And that Alpha Moon environment, which became Gas Giant, where they killed the heretic leader, or a gas mine, I think some of that geometry actually got used again, I mean, completely tweaked, but for the Sentinel Wall level, right? At that same sort of design. But yeah, originally in Halo 2, you were supposed to go as the Arbiter to the moon that you saw in the first Halo game, and that's where the heretics had holed up. And they were going to be hunters. God damn, that sounds cool.
I'm trying to listen to the cinematic.
Yeah.
Well, you can't just sit and be mesmerized in the developer commentary section.
Miguel Ferrer is the heretic, which is very cool.
One of the few times in the game where we had we're able to afford some great dynamic lights. That
here he goes.
What would you have your Arbiter do?
How in the world does his lips make those noises? Like, he sounds like just a normal guy talking, but his lips are like, what is that?
Oh, hi, Charity.
The Covenant, we took an oath. According to our station,
Robert Davi, Spec Ops Commander.
on the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to
Spec Ops Commander? He's a special operations commander of the Covenant.
That's right, Spec Ops Commander.
worthy of neither pity
And he comes from Brooklyn or something, which is really amazing.
our Lord's creation to broadcast their lives.
Turn on that methane. That's right. And I remember Jay. I mean,
the last minute.
The last minute, one of the last Foley things that went in. But worth it, Marty.
Absolutely.
Worth every.
Had to have it in there.
That's right. You know, Marty, I gotta say, I definitely have my favorite piece of music in the game. This piece, second favorite.
Cool.
Are the Arbiter, the will of the prophets, but these are my elites. Their
see?
lives matter to me, yours does not.
You're right. If someone hit the A button at any time in the cinematic, in about 15 seconds, they're for a really big size.
This sequence of cinematics is what, 25, 30 minutes long? What is it?
Oh, come now. Let me put it this way. It's not quite as long as the Grave Mine section. But we'll get to the reason why that's a little bit longer than it should be.
Why is that cable a different color? It's almost like it's gonna get detached later.
But this is good.
This is all good. And see, people are like, okay, I'm not really paying attention, but eventually I'm going to be the Master Chief because I want to be the, get back to shooting those Covenant.
No, what's going on?
What?
Wait a minute.
As much as I think we all have mixed feelings about the Arbiter decision.
Yes.
And we absolutely didn't execute on it in the way that we really wanted to. But Halo 2, because we made this choice, I mean, all of a sudden just blew the doors open on the Covenant in this interesting way that now in Halo 3, I think we can go back to the Master Chief, that singular perspective, and we, just as people making the game, know so much more about that other side of the story. We can create something that's richer, and I think people who played Halo 2, it's kind of this, we took the knock, we made the investment, and then I think we're a lot better off for it. At least that's what I
love this
think.
line.
That's why I get to sleep at night.
Yes, Joe, I think you're absolutely right. This is what I love, though. Your armor system's not as new as ours, and we're going to, just completely jip you out of the invisibility in about, 10 seconds. Oh, that worked out great.
Game designer. What was fun about that?
On Legendary, it was even less than 10 seconds.
Was it really?
I was basically didn't even do anything.
I remember we went around and around in terms of, because here you are as an elite, right, fighting other elites and other grunts.
Basically, at this point, a lot of people are going, I don't know who to shoot or why, but I'm shooting everything that moves.
Well, this is why having the heretics be hunters would have been genius.
Yeah, okay.
But I remember the conversation, I think I had it with you and Jamie, where I said, hunter heretics! And you and Jamie looked at me and thought, for some reason, that a whole level populated by hunters wouldn't be very much fun. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's true.
You'd have a lot of areas to aim at.
Hey, what kind of ship is that there, Joe?
That, my friend, is a Seraph fighter. It is a cinematic model, rarely seen. But, funny thing, the Seraph fighter is actually the old Halo Covenant tank, right? That Shikai built.
Yeah.
That ship that you just saw, that sort of round, almost, what do you call it, cuttlefish.
You'll see it at the end of the level.
Used to be a Covenant tank back in the day. And maybe again.
I worked with your guys on the sound for the Covenant carbine and the Covenant sniper rifle for so long, Marty. They got so sick of me.
I remember that.
But what did you not like about the?
Oh, very tricky. I don't know. It's weird. It's weapon sounds. They don't work. They don't work. They don't work. They don't work. And then you find something that works, and it's kind of hard to. Did I ever complain about this music, Marty?
This is Incubus. I think you did. I think you complained about every piece from somebody else. So, which actually kind of makes me feel good, even though. There you go.
One of the things
this was one of the things we experimented with some music from some outside groups, Incubus and Breaking Benjamin, which I personally thought was pretty cool. There were some people like Jason who were not as excited about it.
Well, we sort of across the board in Halo 2, we definitely went out, we got, whether it was Robert Davi or Michelle Rodriguez, people, more known people to do the voices as well. And I think that turned out great. See, right there he's sniffing with his nose, you see? Because, oh wait.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, no, not again.
Oh, what a jerk, what a huge jerk.
Oh, Miguel Ferrer. Yes. Yes.
Unflattered.
In a world where your enemies and allies look the same.
Using a holodrome.
So we may kill you.
This is good. The Robert Davi on Miguel Ferrer macho
Ooh. Who's got
stare
the
down
voice?
The flood is upon us.
And then Keith David. I mean, come on, these voices.
It's good. Good stuff.
Infection forms, carrier forms, most brilliant idea ever. Actually, originally, I think it was the carrier forms just blew up. And then somebody had the idea they should blow up and spit out infection forms.
Whose idea was that?
That was the birth of genius. I don't remember.
Oh. I think that was my idea. Now that
Yeah.
That clearly was a sound decision.
That was, I guess, probably the third time you saved Halo 1 and 2.
There you go. Thank you.
This will save me from the storm, but you will be consumed.
Make Arbiter angry.
Boom.
Bunk.
Arbiter,
Yes. Now, what are those elites walking on over there? Just a little bit of thin air, it's fine. I remember the day that the dip in the floor got cut. We didn't quite have time to. I mean, the dip in the floor was made. We didn't
It's
quite have time to
amazing the
adjust
things you
anything.
still see, because I've never seen these half of these.
Each one of these bugs is burned into my brain, Marty.
You're so obsessed about the bug that you missed the Arbiter's best line of the entire game. The cable. I'm going to cut it.
Yes.
I think a certain Mr. Jason Jones wrote that line, if I'm not mistaken. You know, when you're sitting down with Jones, for people that are listening to this, and you're about to, work on the story, usually what Jones does is he comes to you at the beginning of a game,
with a line that has to be
with
it.
like 2 lines, and one of the handful of lines that you came to me at the beginning of Halo 2 and said, I got, here's the story of Halo 2. Oh, okay, Jason, what's the story of Halo 2? Story of Halo 2 is the cable. I'm going to cut it and I'm a monument to all your sins. Bam, done. That's the story. Oh, okay, that sounds really cool. Hey, who says those things?
I don't know. You make it up.
Oh, and the other one was in Space Station, Master Chief looking out, Earth burning below. Only blood will pay for this. Those were the 3 lines that Jason came at the beginning of Halo 2. Only blood will pay for this. The cable I'm going to cut it. Bam, monument to all your sins.
But we didn't do the only blood will pay for this.
Everything else wrote itself.
Turn, heretic. Arbiter, I would
So
rather
why
die
did we cut
at your
the only blood will pay for this line?
Well,
It was too cool.
well,
I think we cut the whole mission.
Yeah, that ended up on the same graveyard as. Well, wait. Before I tell that story, there was the worst bug in Halo 2 for me.
For Joe.
Was that if you look, Spark's light in the game, not the cinematics here, it's supposed to light when he talks,
right?
But it's reversed. So in the game, when he talks, it goes dim. So in every single cinematic, poor Spark in the game actually doesn't really talk.
And ladies and gentlemen, when Joe says that's the worst bug in the game, and it's a bug that no one in the world has ever noticed, it just shows you the kind of compulsive, crazy person he is.
Well, I think at the end of the day, not to get too weepy on Oprah's couch, but but the worst thing about Halo 2 for me was that in Halo 1, it was all, look, I could go in, I could script it with AI, I could do playbacks, and I could fix stuff, right? But in Halo 2, we definitely went to this system where it was a lot of custom animation, really long lead times, and sure, something like the monitor, if you caught it, you could fix, but it was really hard to go back and fix simple things in Halo 2 cinematics, unfortunately. But the thing I was going to mention before, I'm not letting you off the hook, is remember what Miranda was going to do to the Master Chief.
This heretic imperiled the
Would you like to
Legendado.
tell the children what Miranda was going to do?
Yeah, should we wait until the right moment? I think it's still a few missions from now. But I think the phrase arc welding a thermonuclear bomb to his armor comes to mind.
That's right. Miranda was going to strap a bomb to the Chief's back after signing a
awesome
deal with the devil with the prophets. And why was she going to do that?
Why didn't he
Because
do that?
She was mad about Captain
still
Keys, her father's death.
Punched her dad in the face.
Do it and find out where we are.
You guys just imagine the heretic who just talked through his entire piece.
I know.
That's how we feel about the heretic.
Wait for it. Cigar spit take.
Am I looking at?
Coming up.
That is another Halo.
How many people do you think were shocked by that?
Say what? Another Halo?
Johnson looked shocked.
That's why it's called Halo 2. Now, very few people notice, right here, we're hearing a new monk melody that represents the monks of Halo 2 instead of the monks of Halo 1. Very few people know that.
Wait, you were getting mad at me because I noticed Spark's eyeball not blinking the right way?
I'm just saying, this is a subtle thing. I didn't obsess about it. Here we go.
Again, Halo 2, this is the mother of all exposition scenes. This is the big, and isn't it funny that it's another member of the Keys family
Yes.
that has given it to you?
They call it Halo 2.
Over the target in 5.
Jay Wineland's cameo appearance.
Look at how big that ring is. ODST pods, good stuff.
That's cool.
Oh, what was the awesome thing that was going to happen here? Oh yeah, the pods were going to go by the Pelicans on the way down or something like that. There was something I was completely excited for, and I just never came to terms with.
Well, what we were gonna do there is it was gonna be first person, right? Just like the Silent Cartographer intro. We were gonna put little windows in the ODST pod, and you were gonna be sitting. We would start with the Pelicans flying past you, right? Then we would snap to first person, and you would be able to watch them get blown in the sky as you were heading down.
Oh no, that was it, right? It was the Pelicans were coming down. You went past them, and you knew you had to take out these guns before the Pelicans got close enough to get shot down.
You're right. That's right.
And then there was some pressure of time and frame rate and la 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 la.
Welcome to making
lack of
games.
will, really.
Yeah, right.
Sir, we got to neutralize those turrets.
Oh, ODSTs.
The Aussie, he survives. He's a survivor.
Completely.
Oh. Poor little guy.
Jason likes the rocket launcher that hones in on things.
What, in the game, the Pelican that took 15 minutes to get there?
If I was a megalomaniac, and I'm not.
That was a good line.
That was a good line.
Rob Stokes wrote that line.
Sergeant Stacker.
Oh, you gotta give the shotgun passenger a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher or something.
That's you know, people are dying all the time, and he's making fun.
See, because Johnson, during this level, he was in the Pelican, you see.
Yes.
With Miranda.
There you go.
Flying around. Eye in the sky. See, this was one of those things in Halo 2, where all of a sudden, Johnson, who was just a Marine that died 1,000 times in Halo 1, we made him a cinematic character. And do you remember, Marty, the day that Jason came up to you and me and looked us square in the eye and said, if you're going to make Johnson a cinematic character, that's fine. But I will kill you both if you don't replace him with as good a voice actor as Scully to run around with you all the time.
Yeah.
Wait, did we ever do that? I forget.
No, because I don't.
I know we're still alive.
I don't understand why you mentioned that, because he's now going to kill us.
I think the time is right that I now kill you.
Oh, Marty, you've got to talk about the singing.
Singing Prophet. Listen to what he's singing. He's singing the Halo Monk melody. And apparently, when you translate what he's doing, it's just actually talking instead of singing.
Pretty much.
I'm not sure I quite understand that, but that's okay.
Why are you the doubting Thomas tonight?
From what I understand, the prophet will need an object. Index.
Oh, the magic index.
I've located a library.
Watch the magic index from game to game.
Yes, that index. Mm-hmm.
The magic MacGuffin that can be pocketed and tossed this way and that way.
Some nice video effect on that.
We could actually do video effect in the game. We just couldn't do it in the game.
But I just saw it there. I'm sure it was in the game.
And finally, just like remember in Halo 1, we had that mission where you were going to go in and assassinate the Prophet. And here it is.
This is in Halo 2.
Halo 2.
And here we are, some nice, great moving big pieces of
Big
geometry.
chunks of moving stuff. Well, some interesting limp body physics.
Thing is, Jones just doesn't give up on a good idea. Don't kill the Prophet in one game, you kill him in the next.
That's the largest Covenant fleet
Don't
I've ever seen.
get the bomb arc welded to your armor in one game and do it in the next.
Uh-oh.
Get inside the temple and kill regret before it can stop us.
Oof.
See, now, notice how that music played right through the end of the cinematic into the beginning of the thing. See, this is what makes our
right in his
cinematics
area.
cool.
Notice how that grenade went right on his business. Poor grunts.
Oh, there was nothing more fun than plasma pistol battle rifling the elite honor guard. Actually, maybe jumping on his throne and beating him down. Maybe that was more fun.
That's cool. The Prophet's little hover chairs have giant guns on them.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you have giant guns on them in the world where
I was a
half metric ton cyborg was about to
And the way you kill him, all I see is you punch him.
bludgeon him to death?
That's great. Okay, I'm going to grab that gun now because, I
No, you can't.
All right.
Now, of course, where do you run? Where do you run if a giant alien spaceship is about to toast you?
I don't know.
You run backwards, off
See,
the
when I
back.
jumped down that ledge in the game, I always died.
Well, here is
Marty, do you turn into a big whiner after 10 p.m. in the evening instead of a pumpkin?
And this is where we cut the second level in Halo 2, called
Oh, I don't remember.
Forerunner Tank.
Oh, Forerunner
Oh, yeah.
Tank.
Oh,
That's
Forerunner Tank. And the greatest thing about Forerunner Tank is that Jones, for a year, we had this level on the whiteboard.
Yes.
And I would ask him, and Paul would ask him, and whoever would ask him, say, Jones, so what is a Forerunner Tank, and what does it do? And Jones, do you even know what it was supposed to do? Describe to me in 30 words or less
during this,
what
like,
a Forerunner
really long
Tank was and what it was supposed to do.
Be awesome, blow things up, glow a lot from little windows, move real fast.
All right, fine. That was less than 30 words. But the chief was supposed to go on this, another piece of moving sort of BSP geometry, right? And then
awesomeness would ensue.
Yes. And you would really be introduced to the grave mine because his big tentacles would come crashing down upon you, and you would basically sort of be going through the, not the bowels, but the caverns of the grave mine, and he would be introducing himself with big pieces of geometry, tentacles that would slam down in front of you, cut off pathways.
Jason's revealing all his innermost secrets of how to design great games. Awesomeness would ensue. That's all he has to say. And that's game design. Now I get it.
I just have to get you guys off my back so I can do my work.
This exchange of hats. I love that line. It's coming up.
What's up? What's up? Like that little moment between the two of them. It's good stuff. Poor Truth, he's so world-weary. He's got the weight of the whole Covenant on his shoulders. Yes. And I think one of the tactical errors we might have made, Marty,
of hats. What?
Is in the world where we wanted to convince people that Truth wasn't the worst guy in the world.
How in the world was that ever something we thought would actually happen?
Don't get me wrong, Michael Wincott, genius performance.
Yes, but
in
never
the
going to
world
make
where
you feel like he was going to possibly be your friend.
Again, I maintain that if the heretic leader had been a hunter, problem solved. And I'm allowed to get away with that statement for the same reason you were allowed to get away with Forerunner tank, awesomeness would ensue.
Forerunner tank would have been an incredible level.
I believe it.
It's a tank.
It's a tank. It glows.
I like the little halo holograms on their headdress.
Mm-hmm. And in Halo 1, if we had actually made the Prophet an elite with a funny hat, how tragic would that have been? Because here we have
because now we
really
get to,
great-looking characters.
We would have been stuck with that. The great Johnny.
Well, apparently we lost all the assault rifles between Halo 1 and Halo 2, so I think we probably could have transformed the Prophet.
And the pistols.
And the pistols disappeared.
There's a Covenant sabotage expedition to take away the human pistol because it was just too good.
And here,
I think a book is coming out about that.
Yes. Here, what we're starting to do, right? We're building some momentum. The strand of the Chief's story and the strand of the Arbiter's tale, they're starting to come together. Who was that guy that killed the Prophet of Regrets? It's coming together.
Gotcha.
Building to a head. Keep that in mind.
I'm following it.
Uh-oh.
Thank God that this weapon was powerful enough to every single time shoot that thing's arm off, because that was one of those little serendipitous things that was not a custom animation, just blew that sucker's arm right off. And I gotta say, probably one of the few times in Halo 2 that you actually see the ring.
Now, are these guys sort of reminiscent of the marathon dudes that float around and fire at you? What are those things called?
Mad defense drones. Marathon automated defense drone, MADD. No.
Oh. Okay.
But the Sentinels are.
God damn, there were some just beautiful, drop-dead, gorgeous moments in Halo 2. I mean, I don't know, sometimes we get down on Halo 2, but there's some beautiful stuff that the guys did.
Well, killing Flood with a sword, pretty fun.
Totally.
Although, nothing really beat being locked in a room with Guilty Spark.
Look at that shot. Nice shot, Joe. I like that. Or was that me? No, I don't remember. Did you shoot that one?
What, on the just doing this running through playback?
Yeah.
Not quite sure. Ah, yes. The Sentinel Factory.
How many people know that's a Sentinel Factory, I wonder? Blowing up and then crashing, and then you get into it later on.
Why aren't you looking at it? Who's this?
And this was the original, again, redone a lot, but the Alpha Moon sort of
geometry. The original first level, second level,
Original
first
second.
dervish level.
Yep.
Whoops.
Oh. Cut into the hard
First arbiter level.
I didn't say that.
How many levels did we actually not do? Let's say.
I think it was
cut.
71.
Well, let's not ruin the surprise. But
What?
so far we've cut Covenant ship.
Yes.
Where you go in and take turret apart from the inside. Forerunner tank.
Forerunner tank.
Which was going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Awesomeness would
I don't like the
ensue.
way this is going, Joe.
So 2 so far. But I mean, that's what developing is all about.
Oh, watch it.
Now, did you hear that line? That was delivered as an elite, but it was still by David Scully, who also is an elite voice.
That's right.
Just in case people.
Wow, those audio guys are just at the top of their game.
This was some nice stuff in here, Marty. And Jay and Cipo.
Absolutely.
But this was actually, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Jones, but this was, I think, some of the ideas that you had for Forerunner tank, right? I mean, this piece of geometry was, I mean, it wasn't going to look like this, but
Because it would be a tank.
But it was the
of a
Arbiter on
node.
one side, Master Chief on the other, both charging for the icon index, right?
It was it's a pale shadow of what Forerunner tank was going to bring to this world.
You have no idea what Forerunner tank was going to be.
This thing was agonizing so many times. You fell through this geometry, got flung off it at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like the flood all jumped onto it and then immediately exploded into 1,000,000 pieces.
Tartarus being a helpful kind of guy. Sure, I trust him.
Do you know how hard it was to put sounds on those opening? C-Paul had to work forever because those actual giant opening doors were like, in reality, like 10 miles away, and the sound just would not play in sync because it was the speed of sound would screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Hold on to that grave mine tentacle.
I think someone reused the Foley from Halo 1.
What? But it's the same index thingy.
You know, your father never asked me for help either.
Wow.
Johnson's got the lines, my friend.
Mackenzie, Perez.
Well, see, again,
You hear me, Marie?
He loses tentacles all the time. That's just one of the things that happen.
one of the things
He sheds them like hair.
The Gravemind was actually a much bigger presence in the original imagining of this game, where he was, his tentacles were sort of seeping out everywhere, and you would see them much earlier on.
His tentacles were kind of racing like freight trains behind half-open doors, things like that.
Exactly. You're right, Forerunner tank would have been awesome.
Johnson, you all right? Johnson!
Miranda's capable. She's got some moves.
Boom.
No, all the facial animation in Halo 2 was done in scripting, just going in and setting poses and then interpolating between them. But that all got put in that was the last thing I did in Halo 2, and I remember going to Harold, our new illustrious leader back then, test Poobah,
right,
and saying, Harold, just give me 24 hours, please, so I can go back and put emotion on these guys' faces. And Harold, he did it.
Just give me 24 hours so I can go back and touch every script I ever wrote in the entire game.
Wait, what could have gone wrong?
What could have gone wrong?
But now I think we can go back to the bomb thing, where the Chief's been kind of taking Miranda's orders the whole game, and he comes back from one of his little missions with some little trinket he picked up from Miranda, and he finds her like in Congress with the prophets in the back of some Phantom, and it wasn't just because of her dad in Halo 1. But she chose not to trust the Chief because of this. He's going crazy. He's all worried about the ring going off, and sorry.
It was going to be cool.
I'm a monument to all your sins. There's the line. And no one knows exactly what that means except Jason.
And then it made perfect sense that Miranda and the prophets get together and say, "Hey, let's send your Tin Man down with a bomb to take out the Gravemind." Oh, that would have been genius. The most genius part was when the Chief has the bomb. Jamie's going to kill me for even talking about this. I hope he never listens to it. There's no way he'll get this far into the movie.
This far into?
You with the bomb, like...
Actually, no one's listening to us right now, so don't even worry about it.
In
Keep
first
talking,
person.
'cause this is a long cinematic.
Yeah. You with the bomb arc welded to your back, with your back to like this big hole, and a bunch of ODSTs like backing you into the hole until you jump, and then them throwing like a SMG down after you. Oh, that would have been genius.
You know, I
still
gotta
never
say,
quite understood
the
then.
thing which I really did like about that cinematic,
Shut up, Marty.
setting aside the Miranda, is the sort of moment of weakness, the chief getting knocked down and
oh wait,
yeah, he's kind of in a bad way, huh?
I forgot about this part.
Yeah, and this is the other monitor. I love this.
401 Penitent Tangent.
Oh no, this
is the guy from
right in between. Preceding this cinematic was where Forerunner Tank was going to take place. That's why this is such a long cinematic stretch. Remember, we would fight through Sentinel Wall.
Most of the time, the reason it's long cinematics is because you decided to make them long cinematics. That's what I remember.
I'm trying to explain. Arbiter would be kicked down the hole by Tartarus, right? And then, bam, Forerunner Tank. You'd see the Chief's side of the story. They would meet up at the grave mine. But when we lost Forerunner Tank, we had this really big cinematic, big important cinematic that unfortunately could go nowhere, but right next to another big long cinematic.
It's not a plant. It's not Audrey. Although I don't know why I keep thinking about Audrey.
Well, there was a big discussion where, you know, as originally designed, the grave mine was this seething mass of corpses, right? He was
right.
His teeth were skulls, and he talked from the shadows. And when we moved to the world where we wanted him to have lip sync and to actually
Halo is a weapon.
speak,
Your prophets are making a big mistake.
maybe not the best decision in the world, but one which, in the world where we didn't have Forerunner Tank to introduce him properly, we sort of needed to have the moment, the long moment of the grave mine introduction.
But first it must be found.
That's a great voice. I mean, come on. D. Baker.
Spot.
And Joe, why does the grave mine speak in rhyme?
Why does the grave mine speak in rhyme? I think he speaks in rhyme because I know that it really made Jason angry.
It was yeah. It induced such an effect in me.
Well, I mean, inscrutable alien creatures
often rhyme.
Iambic pentameter.
Bam! Book!
We are all of us gravely concerned.
Although the effect when you actually see it on the screen is yeah, much better than the way I imagined it happening on the script.
The rhyming.
Yes.
The old get it off the page and up on its feet.
There you go.
Where it's too late to change it.
Yes.
You know, D. Baker did a great job as the grave mine voice, I have to say.
Uh-oh.
Overdubs himself. Oh.
You know, when it's hard to get from one place in the Halo universe to another, you know what you do? You teleport.
Oh my god. You remember how this game originally ended?
Oh, don't say.
Wait, never mind.
Oh, we'll get there. We have a whole credit sequence to talk about.
Do you remember the medallion that the prophet had?
Oh, that's right.
That was the best. That was the best ever.
Tell the story.
It's pretty complicated and really not the best ever, but it was pretty funny.
I think it might be better than Forerunner Tank.
No.
That prophet, Truth, he has the index. You've got to take it from him.
We'll have to tell a little bit of it when we get to the final part of Halo 2. Good old High Charity.
Good old High Charity.
At one point was going to be a very brightly lit, sort of happy place, right?
It was.
Really?
Yep.
Whoa.
Cool.
There's always got to be a detention block.
But the aliens, they love purple. And I know that Jason loves purple.
Yeah. Most of my clothes are purple.
Hey, nice stick.
Oh.
Well, there's always the point in the game where you got to rescue your friends. We're just lucky this guy didn't get out of his cell and go, while I was in this cell, I heard the Covenant talking about something they called
Halo 2.
But you know what? Damn it! Why didn't we put that in?
We should have done that. What's wrong with you?
Self-referential humor. Only funny to us.
What is that thing in the middle of High Charity, Joe? What is
that? Is the Forerunner ship, the Forerunner Dreadnought.
Forerunner ship sounds like the name of a level we should have had.
We'll get there. Oh, here it comes.
What?
Slip space rupture. It's in amberclad.
Ah, an amberclad.
Up here, make sure you look at it, follow over.
Whoa.
Oh, nice. Jump up there so we can see it crash. Thank you.
Goes around the tower.
What's going on, Cortana?
Man, the Covenant really just... They vacated High Charity. Like, they got the hell out of Dodge when they realized what was going to happen. And I remember just these lines that Truth is saying, remember? We wrote just like a whack of, I don't know what, 40, 50 sort of one-off lines for the Prophet.
I think it was 2000, yeah, but go ahead.
It wasn't that bad. But actually turned out to be really helpful. Lesson being, Marty, always better to write some cool stuff, record that stuff,
and always you find a place to use it.
Always find a place to use it.
Yeah, he loves the fuel rod gun.
I'm picking up 2 more transponders. It's the Commander and Johnson. They're closing on Truth's position.
Oh, can you hear it?
They'll need your
What's
help.
that? Oh.
Taylor had a cold that day.
That's right. Well, Miranda had a cold too in one of these cinematics. I think we've already gone past it.
Yeah, no, it was Jen who, when she came back in for the pickup session at the very last moment, and she had a cold, and we just recorded it that way. I always hear it, but apparently nobody else does.
Do you remember back in the day when Johnson and Miranda had a thing?
What?
Don't you remember that?
No.
Well, I mean, I don't think it got past a conversation that's very similar to the one that we're having now. Let's rewind to however many years ago. Hey, Johns, you know what would be really awesome? Yeah. If Miranda and Johnson had a thing. To which I think you replied, what? And then I got really bitter about that. And so when you came to me and were like, hey, you know what would be awesome?
Miranda strapped the bomb to your back.
Bomb on his back. I was like, no, it wouldn't.
The great Johnny Joseph.
Wow, Truth is a colossal jerk. I totally didn't see it coming.
Yeah. What? He's a bad guy? Oh. Prophet of Mercy's dead.
I just hang on that grind for a little while.
All the prophets are gone now.
Marty?
Yes?
Beautiful piece.
Thank you. Halo-y. He teleports too. That's amazing.
Well, the Gravemind sent the 2 heroes on their own little separate but connected journeys. Circling back, people. We're circling back.
They're going to meet someday.
They are. They're going to join together in a grand 3rd act finale. Just you wait.
Would that be like the end of Halo 2?
It's true. The end of Halo 2. And see, if the heretic leader had been a hunter, how sweet would it have been if now in the level where you join back up with the
hunters are joining you up.
Come back.
Yes.
Right.
Now, I hope we show that, where the hunters are actually an ally of yours here.
That thing must die.
Yes.
Good stuff. Little pods.
Over so soon?
This level turned out really well.
More brutes to kill.
Running around with a bunch of elite buddies with swords who turn invisible between encounters.
Good.
Never fails. And you just want to kill the brutes. You can't help it.
Juicy targets. Furry, yet leathery.
How about some piano music? Yes! Jason's going, piano? What?
So Marty, what's your theory for the kids? When you're looking at, you score the cinematics, you put the music in, I understand that, but for the kids, when you look at the level, what's your What's your
just
how do you approach it?
Desperation. I'm looking for
Just sort
something
of close
that'll
your eyes and rummage
take
around in the
take
hat.
you from point A to point B with the right attitude, if possible.
Mm-hmm. Who could it be? Who could be in this tank?
I don't know. What?
By the rings, Arbiter.
Arbiter.
It's missing mandible.
Commander.
By the roots. Vile.
Vile to slay beasts.
That's right. The beginning of this level, the cinematic, which we didn't do because we cut Forerunner tank and had to do the bring them together, the Grave Mine teleport thing, was you would actually witness the brutes, lining up and executing some elite counselors, the same elite counselors that you saw in the very first cinematic in the game.
Okay, now watch this. I bet you very few people are going to understand this sound effect that's supposed to happen here. What? Hear the door slam shut? Remember that door slamming shut.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Because at this point, we had decided to cut some levels at the end.
Yes.
And you flipped around some half levels.
Right.
And there were some continuity questions. And Prophet Murphy's still alive. Mercy is still alive. And so this is so we're catching up now. The Master Chief is almost caught up.
It's a Forerunner ship.
Two heroes coming together.
Heading straight for it. If he
Again.
leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they
That's
will
right. We
stand a
did do
chance.
the dividing up the levels and
Flipping
doubling
them
them.
around. Then you tried to show that no time had passed when we get back to that one moment, and we'll get to that. But it's very confusing, and I'm still confused.
Not a very original plan.
Mark,
You guys are like talking, and I'm just like, I'm watching this. I need to re-engage.
Do you know this game? It's Halo 2.
It's called Halo 2. Oh, look.
Boom! But, I mean, there definitely was that point, right, where, I mean, I think one of the saddest things about Halo 2, and don't get me wrong, there are a lot of awesome things as well, but I think toward the end we knew that we were going to have to make some pretty big cuts, and the speed with which we made those cuts, almost as if we had a backup plan and knew that it was going to have to happen, was, I mean, I'm glad we were efficient, but we were a little bit too efficient. It was we knew it might have to be done.
The cutting is never happy, and it was not.
This is some beautiful. I love the levels here, though. I mean, this is some great looking stuff.
Chris Barrett, right? A mausoleum down below.
Oh, there's so many times where that light bridge didn't work, and you'd turn it on and run right out, and then fall to your death immediately.
And some of the old Forerunner tank technology, right? We were going to use here at Grave Mine Tentacles, smashing through the windows.
Like freight trains.
Like freight trains. Here you are, back in the inner sanctum of the Hierarchs.
High Charity, the holy city of the Covenant, overrun by the flood.
Again, another Halo moment where you need to make a spectacular leap pursued by endless flood.
Wasn't this going to be a
But I
level?
don't want to go, baby. I don't want to go. Originally, this cinematic, you were supposed to be in a Warthog, and you were going to launch yourself on the Warthog into the compartment of the ship.
The tube.
There goes the
right. And again, another cool idea that we didn't quite get a chance to execute on for Halo 2, but
Yes.
definitely in there for Halo 3.
We'd started. A lot of it was
Don't
working,
make
you
a
remember?
girl a promise. You know you can't keep it.
I know, I kind of stepped on that line.
Sorry. Okay, now, meanwhile, let's hear the sound effect.
Okay.
There. That door closing sound
What is that place?
was that same door closing sound. See, no time has passed.
That really brings it all together.
See, now we understand that no time has actually passed. We're just picking up where we were. Jason even didn't know that.
That was your solo attempt to try to fix the way
that
we
was Joe said, no, just put the door closing sound in again and people will realize that no time has passed. I'm like, I don't think anybody's going to get that, Joe. Sorry.
That was your idea, Joe?
Well, wait a minute. How come you're blaming that on me? Marty.
Because that's what you told us to do. And I'm like, what? Even I don't get that no time has passed. But it's all right. It was fun.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. It totally makes sense now when we're watching everything.
When we're watching
only
it this
takes
way,
10
yeah.
minutes. Cutting never fun. But hey, at least here we let you be friends with hunters.
This was pretty awesome.
Yes. The hunters have come to our aid.
Because you remember in Gas Giant when they were the heretics.
That would have been genius.
Oh, no, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We are sorry.
This mission was really fun.
This was a blast.
You know, this is one of those parts in Halo 2 where I wish it had been a lot longer. Like, this was so much fun, this part of the mission, that it was over too soon.
Okay, good. Oh, nice. See, how many people even know this whole sequence? Because most people just run out there. They never saw that whole thing.
Yeah.
And then the hunters are actually in front of you if you spend your time watching, laying back a little bit.
Marty, do you remember why there used to be a cinematic there? Do you remember why we cut it?
No, I don't.
Well, there used to be a cinematic there where the brutes were actually about to, the soldiers were there on their knees, and the brutes were going to
well, we have a little,
lop off their heads.
A little moment there.
Lop off their heads, and this was, unfortunately, right about that time when real-world events made that a little bit too real.
Ooh, yeah.
A little bit too real.
It was too politically dangerous.
Yeah, just a little bit too hard.
So this is where you actually get to drive the Scarab tank through the. Oh no, wait, you don't.
I was like, huh? I really don't remember very much.
This is when your buddy Johnson.
Do it, Johnson.
Has license to say every awesome line we could come up with. Wow, that Banshee's totally screwed.
Yeah, wow. Well, you just barely make it here. This is cool. Whoa.
So Jones, you got to talk a little bit about the boss fights in Halo 2.
I really enjoyed the chair. Jumping on the chair and beating the snot out of regret.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool. But it was risky. We really didn't know how those were going to turn out.
Take the icon in your hands.
They're so different. Tartarus is so awesome. Yeah, they're so different from all the rest of the gameplay. You play for an hour and a half, and then you got to do something completely different. And it's not always satisfying, but there's a lot of fun in it.
Stop.
That was a sort of a late addition, if I remember correctly.
The flags.
Yeah, I didn't understand what the flags are supposed to indicate some sort of rank or something, right?
It's kind of the old sort of Japanese soldier flag-wearing look about them. But with Covenant technology that makes a breeze blow even if there's not a breeze.
Please.
That's like
wait.
Don't shake the light bulb.
Oh, brilliant. Another great line.
It's almost like scenes between Sergeant Johnson and Guilty Spark write themselves.
Don't shake the light bulb. What are they? I love that.
Here we go. Could you once again explain to me how all this works?
They call it Halo 2.
My creators activated the rings.
Okay.
They and all additional sentient life in 3 radii of the
And
galactic center.
3 radii of the
Now,
galactic
did he
center.
ever say that line the way that you really wanted him to say it? Because I remember we went back and forth on that line for a long.
That was perfect.
Was that a good read?
Chunk.
Oh, Johnson takes it.
The great journey has begun, and the brutes, not the elite, shall be the prophets.
Oh, look at that shot.
That is a giant hammer.
This is all cool.
Birthday cake of doom.
Plus, we end up I think I end up playing like 3 or 4 pieces of music simultaneously in this boss battle. And what's cool is the final boss battle of the whole game, of course, is going to come after this with the Master Chief, right?
Gosh, I remember jumping off that platform behind those elites so many freaking times.
Johnson helping out, sniping him from the side.
Oh, this is cool. Did you go up here? This was fun. I actually think this ended up being kind of fun.
There was a lot of neat stuff in here, but this was definitely my least favorite of the 3
really
boss battles. Yeah. Yeah, we tried so hard, so long.
See, I'm more forgiving, except for the fact that it's.
No, I think it's cool. I'm just saying, like.
No, but I mean, the most amazing thing that we did here, of course, is that you're ending the game as
I put some emotion on her face right there. The last thing I did in Halo 2 is to make Miranda's face go right before Harold locked me out of the depot and took away my keys.
Oh,
got it. Right there, she's thinking, I wish I could
have emotion on my
holographic
face.
and disappear like everybody else.
See, we're playing this here. This is the Halo 2 monk theme.
Right.
Oh, it's different than the Halo 1 monk theme.
It's gathering its dark energies, Marty.
Yes.
And then
kabwang.
Dissipates.
Yep.
Here we go. What you're doing right here, Marty, is you're building up to something big.
What's that?
Johnson riding the.
Johnson rides his little buddy.
You never liked that, did you?
We had to get him over there.
Show me.
Again, there were some great Easter egg ideas for the variety of ways in which Johnson, on the different difficulty levels, would ride Spark.
Should have done it.
Who would be on top? Who would be on bottom?
Activation from here.
Johnson was usually on top.
Listen, Tinkerbell, don't make me.
Where
Tinkerbell.
would someone go to activate the
If I had my druthers, every cinematic would involve Johnson talking to Spark. Oh, but first Johnson comes in upside down.
Hey, where is it?
Da-da-da-da!
It's obviously on the last level of the game. Woohoo! I can hardly wait to play this last level. Let's do it.
Yep.
Here we go. Good. Great. Master Chief, I'm going to play it.
117.
Yeah?
Can anyone hear me? Over. Isolate that signal.
Oh man, this is so exciting.
You mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Yes, Q. What? Wait. Well, this obviously is the music that's leading us into the last level, right?
Marty, you seem to still harbor a lot of bad feelings about this. But the credits
channeling the fans.
Credits aren't infinite. So Jones, walk us through what was supposed to happen right now.
Practically Jason Jones.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. There was supposed to be a whole mission there, Joe.
Actually, I think there were supposed to be 3 missions.
Well, there was one important one.
That's right. But what was going to happen?
Well, wait a minute.
Arrive back at Earth.
But we don't want to say what was going to happen because it never did happen, and that's not part of what Halo 3 is.
I think this is a great example of what Bungie does really well, which is come up with an awesome idea.
Which is make stuff up.
Which is come up with a really good idea, to not execute it on it the first time around, save it, sit on it, hone it, refine it, and then wham, next game,
there it is.
Realize it to its fullest potential.
What was that idea?
It would look different with stencil shadows, all right? We're done recording.
Wow, what a colossal jerk.
Wait, what do you mean? That was like, what? Like putting a stake through the heart of stencil shadows and like pushing it out into the airlock and venting it into space was like the.
It's like you.
That was like the best thing I did.
It's like you strapped a bomb to stencil shadow's back and welded it
and sent it to kill the last level in the game. Yeah, the whole extra mission there would have ended that game with a bang. But that was what we had. That was what we had to do. We did everything we could in the time we had. That's
the funny thing is that even though we didn't do that sort of finale in Halo 2, that the final cinematic that you're about to see after the credits is the same as it would have been. You know, even at the end of Halo 2, we never planned for the Master Chief to make good on his promise to Cortana to come back and get her. So we were always going to leave the Chief and the Cortana apart.
Well, that could get us into some very sensitive areas, like the Great Grunt Apocalypse.
Well, that wasn't so much Jason going in and rewriting the grunt lines that I recorded as Jason going in and stabbing the 2 of us in the heart.
Oh, God.
No. Jason came in and said, we have to fix The grunt.
Oh my God, the
Because
grunt.
we had Dopey Grunt.
Oh,
Say, well, play me all the permutations in that category, so I would. Yeah, we'll just cut 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, yeah, no, at 5 and 6, and just cut the whole category. And that's how that happened.
2401 Penitent Tangent.
Yes.
He came up with that. That's genius.
John Michael Higgins. He was
I think you might have peaked. I think remember 49 light bulb and
7 broken iPod.
Yeah.
Those were good.
49 light bulb was my favorite thing.
49 light bulb will rise again.
Do you know I have 343 on my license plate? I showed you that, right?
What? Just out of
Oh, great.
totally random?
You just told all the fans your license plate.
No, they had a stack of plates in the back, and the nice
Marty,
nice
why'd
woman.
you fade the music right here?
Right there was the marketing people, so bang, music goes down.
We love you, Cameron.
Just kidding.
Don't let the grind you down, Marty.
A nice lady at the DMV actually went back to the whole stack of license plates that she had and found 343 for me.
Huh.
I didn't get to choose the 3 letters.
Again, Marty, my favorite piece right here. I mean, by the time people are listening to this, they'll know the answer to this, but is this coming back for Halo 3, this piece?
Probably, yes.
Yeah?
I think because believe it or not, this in the end credits is the only time you hear it this way. In Halo 2. You hear a snippet of it in one of the cutscenes, but that's about it.
I recognize so many of those testers' names from reading bugs.
Another
one from Vincent.
A lot of these people now are like
Who was your
full-time
nemesis?
budgies.
You had a nemesis in Halo 2, the bug nemesis. I forgot who it was.
Oh, really? I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember a lot.
Your nemesis who kept designing bugs.
I think I was friends with all those guys.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought of a couple things I'll have to say after we turn off the mics.
You should say it. Get it out. Get it out now.
Actually, I'm afraid I can't do that, Marty.
Okay.
But for as much as we cut stuff from this game, I gotta say that I love this little final post-credit sequence.
Yes.
You know, as much as we cut stuff from this game, I still love the game.
That's good.
Amen, brother.
All right, what does Jason say here?
I think I was also doing stuff.
Oh, yeah, doing stuff. That's all the people talking to their families here. This is so nice. Frank,
I think somebody has slipped into a meat for dinner coma.
Yeah.
What, Marty, you mean?
Yeah.
Marcy, Allie, Christy, all my love. Okay, good. But I didn't say last crunch. I knew better at this point.
Clearly, we'll have to keep the mics on after this so we can say some interesting things
Yeah,
that
I
Jim
know.
could put on over the top.
Nobody's listening to us at this point. Trust me.
Is it over?
It's over. Of course, Joe. We wouldn't have another cinematic,
trademark,
would we?
State O'Donnell Black.
Oh, this time with no actual, just sound effects.
Just sound.
And then spook.
This is going to be the last level I've been waiting for. And everybody picks their controller.
Yeah, okay, now I finally get to play. Yeah. Master Chief back.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of the downside with post-credit cinematics.
That was classic, Joe. You're right at the end. You're like, you know, but for all we cut, and I thought you were going to say something like positive. But for all we cut, you know, I really, this, I do like this thing that happens after the credits. What a
oh, God. Cool under pressure.
Here we go.
She's our girl.
Shoot.
Oh. You gotta love her. Oh, wait, this is spooky. This is scary.
Huh?
Ooh.
What will happen?
Halo 3.
Play Halo 3.
The story of Bungie begins deep in the Swedish countryside, in the tiny fishing village of Askersund, where the farmers would gather each...
Askersund? I'll put my boot in your Askersund. Now listen up. Bungie starts here. Sweet Home Chicago, 1991.
That year I was taking an artificial intelligence class. And Jason was in that class.
I was working on a game, and Alex was trying to start a company.
Where Jason is actually a lot like a shipboard AI, where most of the time it does miraculous work that nobody else could do, and then the other times it's, crazy.
This is what I think of the Computer Game Developers Conference.
We just got to talking and thought maybe we should try partnering up.
And I finished that first game for the company that became Bungie.
Two guys come up with a manifesto. 7 steps to world domination.
They were handed down from on high. They came from Providence.
7 steps to world domination.
Because that's the best number. It's like rock. Nothing beats rock or 7.
7 steps? I've only been here 6 years. They don't trust you overnight.
If I could just run more than 7 steps, I think we'll start there, and then we'll see where we go.
Yeah, start independent gaming company. Is there an addendum that says remain independent? Because we should have put that in there.
Bungie Studios started properly in 1991.
We tried it out and it worked really good. We just kept going.
Every time you eat a piece of pizza, you have to cross something off. Right?
But it was kind of like, being in a band, because it was our lives, 24/7.
We didn't have any idea what we were really doing.
I think Tunster needs to get the shaft.
There are a variety of ways one can get the shaft. Getting rid of the shaft, that's a trickier proposition.
Every 2 weeks, someone's gonna get the shaft. So, Harold, you are the proud owner of the shaft for the next 2 weeks.
Well, the name Bungie is actually a very dirty, dirty joke. Well, it's a punchline of a very dirty joke, which I'm afraid I can't reveal.
I can't talk about why the company's called Bungie.
That's top secret stuff.
The original Bungie offices, which you can see across the street, brown brick building there, we occupied the 2nd floor. It had character. This is where we would eat our burritos, probably 4 out of 5 days of the week. This building used to be the bug stop. It was like open 24 hours or something.
And there was that crack house behind the building.
Some guys come running up to the car side door and we're like, what the hell's going on here? And he holds up this trash bag and he's like, come on, buy some porn, buy some porn. And we're like, no thanks. That was sort of the ambiance of the neighborhood in the old place. It was awesome.
But let's just say that step 2 is immensely destructive. Bungie grew up making games for the Mac.
Hello. I think I had pretty modest ambitions at the time and didn't come close to achieving them the first time out of the gate or the second time. But we stuck with it.
And we ended up with Pathways.
I had some friends that used to play Pathways in the darkness all the time.
Which was our first, I would say, successful game, that made a profit. And we were able to start hiring some people to help us out.
First Bungie game I ever heard of was Marathon.
Let's just say that it's a grand galactic space opera with mystical overtones.
That was the first first-person shooter on the Macintosh, where you could connect with other friends and actually play head-to-head. Whoa, you guys!
So how close is Marathon at this point? Well, we shipped by August Macworld 97. We'll all be really happy.
Yeah, Marathon was our breakout project, really. A lot of people really liked the game.
Marathon made me dizzy.
I think at that time, honestly, Mac owners would have been excited by Space Invaders in a tube.
One of the first games I ever played where I really got a sense of a community around an actual game was Myth.
We developed it for the Mac and the PC at the same time.
Myth is a real-time strategy.
But it's much more like an arcade game.
You use the terrain to your advantage, which isn't something that a whole lot of games did at the time.
It was all about the quick combat and micromanagement of troops. It was a lot of fun.
The ability to play multiplayer against strangers and friends has been a foundation for other things that we've gone on to do really well.
The game Phoenix was what we worked on after Myth 2. And it was called Phoenix because that's what kind of rose out of the ashes of the Myth 2 project.
It was still in that same sort of medieval kind of magical time frame.
We worked on a number of different giant medieval style weapons like big catapults and trebuchets.
Lots of magic, lots of swordplay.
You went around as a big minotaur with an axe and beat the crap out of skeletons.
There were a bunch of very fun components to it, but Phoenix never really caught fire. You would play with it and you would go, well, this is like maybe 5 minutes of fun, and after that it's just not fun anymore. So you would scrap that and then you would just move on to the next thing.
Without further ado, let me go back to Peter, who has managed to rustle up a fan, who I hear has a pretty stupid trick for us.
We got into the world of television with Bungie TV largely thanks to the ego and ability of Joseph Statman.
Oh, he's got a leg in. He's down. He's in.
Oh!
Jeff is in. Jeff is in the can.
That was back in the day before the internet's tubes were big enough to shove all the things through.
So, we've been putting together a tour of the ONI facilities.
Here we have the Bungie West parking lot, the central portion of the Bungie offices.
This looks like a paperwork disaster.
The entertainment area, which is a little messy.
The West Coast office of Bungie started with ONI, which was a third-person shooter.
We called it full contact action.
The Matrix had just come out, and that was really sort of a big influence on the animation.
The main character for Oni is Kanoko. She is strong but vulnerable. Just something to pique that sense of chivalry that is like really undeveloped in the hearts of young men.
Step 3, you cut a hole in a box. Some people think that's step 1, but to me it's step 3.
Yeah, nothing says killer, hardcore, rough and tumble like Halo.
Paul Russell is the father of Halo.
I came up with the name Halo, and it was not received well. Jason was leaning more towards Redshift. Covenant was one of them. I thought it sounded like a bad 80s hair band. You know, Covenant.
Halo is an epic journey to save humanity from a terrible menace. That's all it is. That's good. They should put that on the box.
It was going to be really important to Microsoft to have games for the Xbox. That's what was going to make or break it. We got very excited about the opportunity to be a launch game on a platform.
I remember seeing just a single texture on a wall with a flashlight going, wow, this is going to be awesome. And it was way before the Xbox even looked like the Xbox and way before Halo even looked like Halo.
That's the first version of the Warthog, I guess, huh? Yeah. Man, this isn't Halo, dude. Man, this is really, really old.
We had a huge map for a continuous RPG game, and for that we had an RTS.
And then next thing you know, it was a third person, and we were playing it in our office.
People probably want to know why we switched from third person to first person.
Jason again.
Yeah, it's damn Jason, man.
That's what happens when your lead is a crack addict.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, Halo depended on a lot of that early wandering.
And we never really knew how people were going to receive it. Like 6 months before we shipped, we went to E3 with a build of the game, and nobody liked it. You know, people played it, and they're like, the frame rate's not so good. Well, what's all this hype, Halo?
Good luck, Master Chief.
Evolving over a long period of time, Halo's turned into something much bigger than a video game.
Because we're creating a world. You can't open, history books and whatnot to read about Halo. This is a world that's been created.
And this progress attracted the attention of someone who, in many respects, was all that we aspired to be. Did we let this attention go to our heads? No, we did not. And little did we know it, but Bungie was on the auction block, and we all of us soon found ourselves strangers in a strange land.
When Microsoft bought us, some people were totally incensed because they grew up from the Mac side of things and felt like, this was a sellout.
Greed, pure and simple. Cashed it in, sold our souls.
A lot of the team was pretty young and didn't have a lot of attachments, so the opportunity to go somewhere new was pretty exciting. I think for some of us, myself included, with family in Chicago, it was maybe a little bit more bittersweet.
We got on a plane, we came out here, and we really looked back,
We were expecting a final sales number to be 700,000 units, and then it just went through the roof.
Why? Because of my pretty face. Hoorah!
Step 4 didn't really go very well.
Which one was step 4?
Which one's step 4?
Do you know what step 4 is?
Right, we gotta get a picture of the Bungie food.
I know back in the day in Chicago, there was a very infamous Chinese food restaurant we used to order from.
They used to just deliver us crazy amounts of Chinese food all the time.
What's this crap? That looks good.
Ming Choi is the one place that you can get roasted chicken, pizza, and barbecued pork fried rice, all delivered within 20 minutes.
I don't think that really accelerated the process development so much as it sort of filled it with a lot of bathroom breaks.
because Halo 1 happened really big. I don't think there's any doubt that there wasn't going to be a Halo 2.
We're like, we should do another one, you know, because we're out of margaritas and, you know, they're expensive. I'm going to need more.
Halo 2 is moving. Time begins to crawl. But we're still not telling if we'll ship this fall. Maybe Bungie needs to see Robbie give a piece to me. A piece to me.
Bet you can't stick it.
You're on.
Halo 2 led us to step 5 of our plan for world domination.
We were supposed to get the orbital defense station. That was step 5.
I forget step 5.
But Microsoft said that if they're going to build an orbital space station, that it's going to be running Windows, and we didn't want to be going up there.
Oh, it's been recovered. We're trying to move on to giving it away.
Ling Ling is a severed dog's head in a jar.
One of the guys from the Chicago office had a roommate who was a medical student, and he brought Ling Ling home as homework. He moved out and left Ling Ling behind, and she's been here ever since.
Of all the Chicago traditions we should have left behind.
The last thing you want to see when you pop open your closet is a severed dog's head.
Other people just run away or barf. But Ling Ling's head, if you have faith, it's going to help us dominate.
If you want to dominate, try this puppy.
There were a lot of reasons that it was important for us to move to another building. One is that Bungie is all about having its own identity.
It was because of the parking, man. I mean, now they have valets, so maybe that would have changed things.
A lot of people just felt like we were just part of the Borg.
There's definitely a great deal of love between Bungie and Microsoft. And when Microsoft hits us, it's because it loves us.
They made us walk like 200 yards to the bathroom.
Being in this sort of stale cube farm type environment isn't very conducive to being creative.
Like Matt Noguchi would sprint all the way to the bathroom and just barely make it. I mean, barely. Like, that's why there's this big puddle of piss in front of the urinals.
I think the main reason we moved is we just got bigger. I forget how many people we had on Halo 1, maybe 40-ish, and apparently we've got 200 people in the building now. I mean, we're huge.
The new place is a lot more like, I think when my dad came to visit, he was like, oh my God, this place looks like the set of 24 or something.
It's like a fortress of solitude right next to a Starbucks.
Well, it is a little dark. A cave is a good description for it. The interior is like a big, giant, open pit.
We like the big open office environment because we think that communication is very important.
This is the Bungie coat of arms. Basically, the Latin says, don't make us kick your ass.
All I gotta say is we're on Halo 3 right now. That's all.
Halo 3 has been pretty much freaking awesome from the beginning.
Crazy fool. Why do you always jump?
This is humanity's final stand. Here, at Earth.
Halo has a life of its own, and it lives and breathes and consumes everything in its path.
Step 7 had something to do with getting more women to work at the company, but that's not going so high.
I'm actively working on number 7 every day, laying out my schemes, my plans.
You're either an ally or an enemy, so you must choose a side.
Because when you get to 7, someone's got to do it.
On that final day, when our enemies find themselves all standing together on a giant cargo net, on a highly sprung giant mechanism waiting to be hurled into the sun, they will look to themselves and say, this agenda has been posted publicly on BungieNet for 7 years, and we paid no attention. If only we'd looked.
10 years into the future, it's hard to imagine.
Wow, 10 years in the future.
Where's this whole thing going?
Not making Halo games.
After Halo 3 ships, it's going to be an interesting time for us.
My fear is that we make the greatest game in the world and nobody buys it.
It's all about where's the candy and where's the death. I want the candy. I don't want the death. So I think in 10 years, games are going to be a lot more fun.
I'm trying to recreate some of that wandering we did at the beginning of Halo 1 and we did at the beginning of
pathways. Keeping everyone super motivated, hoping that we're going to create something beautiful.
Hopefully Chucky won't be clipping his toenails in the middle of the...
In the middle of the meeting room.
10 years in the future, I just want to be making games.
Ha! Talk to me after the next trilogy. I'm gonna be in there, right?
Okay, here we go.
So, Jen, are you ready?
Uh-huh.
This is 110 LB, a rescue Cortana.
Yeah, Jen, before you start, this is like the climax of the game. Obviously, you've been captured, and now Master Chief is rescuing you, so...
Okay. It's good to see you, Chief. I do know how to pick 'em.
Fans have been waiting 3 years for this moment where the Chief finally rescues Cortana, so...
Okay.
All the fanboys across the world are going to be waiting.
Fanboys?
You do know what I mean, right?
I had to admit, I didn't exactly.
The only way to stop the flood is to
I've been doing the voice of the AI character Cortana for 6 years now, from the Pillar of Autumn to the Portals of High Charity.
They'll make a girl a promise. If you know you can't keep it.
But the truth is, I'd never really gotten to know the fans we make the game for.
Claude Herrera.
Claude Herrera.
Where do I find him?
Within hours, I was on a plane heading east. My goal, to meet the fans I'd been hearing about. Why do they care so much? After 6 years and 3 games, it was time to find out.
Hi.
Hi, I'm looking for
I
Claude.
guess that would be me.
Fantastic. I'm Jen
Come on
from
in.
Bungie.
My search started in New York City. When it comes to Halo fans, Claude Herrera knows everyone. Modders and noobs. I'd heard about them all, but I'd never met them. I wasn't sure exactly what to expect, but I was about to get an introduction.
You have built a website that keeps everybody informed of what's going on.
There's a whole section on fan fiction, people writing stories based in the Halo universe. We have
Wow.
drawings people have done. There's a strategy guide that somebody's put together with all sorts of movies and tips.
So you're basically the conduit for the fans.
That's what I try to be.
That's awesome.
It's a bodysuit, and then she paints herself. There's a guy who painted his entire garage with Halo scenes. Just this week, somebody stopped by our forum to say they had met online playing Halo. They are now engaged, and they're going to have a Halo wedding. Somebody sent in a bunch of pictures of a real AR-5 they were building from Halo.
An AR-5, which
you know-
stands for?
Assault rifle.
Clearly, I had a lot to learn.
Andy the Killing Spree.
Are you going to take me out to this land party into the realm of dude?
Black Star died again.
These are the real fans, from the hardcore multiplayers to passionate campaigners.
Know who this is?
Yeah.
Hi!
We played last night until very, very late, and we started again this morning.
Is this normal? Is this how you...
This is what it's normally like.
I'm a virgin land goer. Do you see my mind being blown right now?
What makes a true Halo fan? Is it the ranking, the amount of forum postings, or the hours logged online? Miguel Chavez is one of the earliest Bungie fans. He's been bringing players together from around the world for years.
We've had gatherings here where people come from Sweden, from England, from Scotland.
The thing that you think is great about it is this kind of stuff.
Is this kind of stuff, yeah. The fact that you can be in the same room with someone, they can kill you, and instead of you just simply yelling at the TV, you can go right to them and elbow them.
This is overwhelming.
Yes, it is, it is.
It's the fans themselves that keeps me coming back all the time. It's the creations people come up with and the love that they show through their own creativity that makes me want to put up new posts every day.
According to Claude, there are more than 7 million fans out there. The game has even spawned 3 best-selling novels. I decided to start with the man who wrote the book, literally. The author of the Halo bestsellers, Eric Nyland. He also began as a fan himself.
I was working at Microsoft Games as a writer, and someone said, "Hey, Eric, you want to write for this new Halo game that's coming out soon?" I took a look at Halo, and it blew my mind, right? It was like the best video game ever. And so I said, yeah, sign me up for doing a Halo novel.
I also worked on Halo.
What did you do?
I'm a voice actor.
No way.
I voiced Cortana in Halo. Yes.
It's the stick it.
Bet
you can't stick it. Now I recognize your voice. Oh my God.
So my question to you, or what I'm interested in, is
You're
when
famous.
So are you. How much are you influenced by what the fans want?
While we were writing the book, A lot of people were guessing, the latest one, what the plot would be, and eventually, most of them kind of pieced parts of it together. If you look in the forums, it was like someone had stolen my outline. They're this huge collectively thinking organism. You know, if they ever got organized really well, I'd never have to write a novel. They'd just figure it all out.
Could they take over the world?
They probably could.
Some fans write about Halo. Some make their own art and movies. I had heard about machinima, fans who create videos using actual game footage. Each month, hundreds of new ones are posted online. There are even entire clans devoted to movie making. So I traveled down to Texas to meet some guys who had turned this into a full-time career.
Action.
The men of Rooster Teeth and their Halo comedy, Red vs. Blue.
Everybody loves Red vs. Blue.
Everybody loves Red vs. Blue?
You know that?
I think there's a couple animators out there that aren't too fond of Red vs. Blue. That's just my feeling. So.
Oh, really? Why?
Because we take their animations and do stupid stuff with them. Like, they spend hours making the Master Chief crouch in a realistic manner, and then we use it to make some obscene joke.
And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Good, work those hammies. How would you rate the humiliation factor?
Hi.
Another vital test of mission-critical technology.
Can we stop now? Why Halo?
Because we were playing it about 17 hours a day.
I think we were looking at the Warthog and trying to figure out why they called it a Warthog. We were like, why are we in a video game and just staring at this Jeep? Why aren't we killing each other?
I mean, it's kind of like anything. I mean, filmmakers who make stuff, they just make whatever their world is. Our world at the time was Halo.
Can I be in Red vs. Blue?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Would you want to be in Red vs. Blue? Might be a step down, don't you think? You know, I auditioned for Cortana. One more core to go.
Nice.
Nice, like that?
You want to have a smackdown? One more core to go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's rough. See, that's why she got the part.
Wants, yeah.
Son of a bitch.
I do have a certain knack for doing Cortana's voice. What I didn't realize is that I'd actually inspired fans to do their own creations. There have been hundreds of Halo-related songs posted, and as I was about to find out, some of them are even about my character.
Matt Cox!
Hey!
Hi!
Hi!
So you've written a song called, you've written many songs.
Mhm.
One of them in particular is Death of Cortana?
Death of Cortana.
Which created a lot of buzz and got everybody really scared.
After reading the Eric Nyland books, and Cortana started to malfunction a little. It was like, wow, maybe they're kind of giving hints to what's going to happen with her. Kind of starts off a little slow,
Right.
kind of builds up to
To tragedy.
more
How
the
did she
media.
die, you think?
I think she's just so full of too much information and trying to process too much, she just eventually kind of implodes.
Okay.
Yeah. You have kind of a dialogue, you
Right.
know, with Cortana through the entire
your
game.
head.
So you've spent hours, you know, listening to her. So
Right. And what does she sound like?
just like a normal girl that you would just kind of talk with and be friends with.
Someone you'd hang out with.
Yeah.
Someone who'd come over to your house and hang out with you. And what kind of things does Cortana
You
say?
sound like her.
Do I? Does she say things
I just
like,
why did
yank me? Or...
It's ridiculous that I did not realize I was talking to Jen Taylor the entire time. All right, I'm fired. I am totally fired from Halo fandom of ever. So don't die.
I was
we don't
gonna
want
say,
to.
that's-
Is
I
it
was a little
freaking you out?
frightened.
Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Red face.
Some fans, like Matt, enjoy Halo for the story. And some go pro. I wanted to meet the hardcore professional gamers, the money winners on MLG Pro Circuit. There's only been Halo tournaments since 2003, but some players were already earning $250,000 contracts. I'd heard about teams like Carbon and Final Boss. But when I found out about a clan of girl pros down in Texas led by twin sisters, I had to go.
We're doing a LAN party right now. Barbecue, we've got some games going on. Great projector that's got gameplay.
Hot chicks who play Halo.
Yes. 500 girls worldwide, also known as Pandora's Mighty Soldiers or the PMS clan.
Oh yeah? The original meaning of PMS? Psycho Menslayers.
You had me at Halo. That is our expression. It is. I wouldn't even be playing professionally or competitively if it wasn't for Halo. I used to be 60 hours a week in a suit in an office, so did she, and I quit it to do gaming full time. It's our passion.
Who are you?
Psychotic gamers. You can come play with us. It's because playing with a girl is a totally different experience. Can you say something? Give me a line.
Bet you can't stick it.
Oh, yeah, that one is awesome. That was like perfect. Yeah.
I killed her. I killed you.
And you know what else I think Cortana would like? Where's Where's the beer? We're not just all down home in Texas. We do have some wine if you'd like it.
This ain't Princess Leia.
She went for that pretty quick.
This is Cortana. She's gonna drink the beer. Thanks for coming.
And here's to Cortana.
Those chicks were awesome. I just wanted to hang out there all night, but I had a plane to catch. And a date with a quiet furniture maker who had become synonymous with his own Flash games based on Halo. Everyone had been mentioning his name.
Bowl.
Bowl.
Go visit Bowl.
Bowl? Hi, I'm looking
Hello.
for Andreas/Bowl. Have I found him?
Yeah, that's me.
School! You're still living at your parents' house.
Yeah.
Bol is such an unassuming guy. He seems to think his games aren't worth much. But the fans talk about him and his simple but addictive games with reverence. Maybe that's because he's mastered the important questions like, how many grenades does it take to flip a warthog?
Warthog launch.
Yes, this is also inspired from the movie Warthog Jump by Randall Glass.
So you've created this little game too?
Yeah. Ooh, I stink at this.
You stink at your own game? You know who I am and you haven't said anything?
Of course.
When did you put it together?
Well, I've seen you in many photos.
I admire you and your Swedish ways. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
We're visiting, true fanatics about this game, Halo. They're all so different from each other. That's really what we're finding in this journey. They aren't just players. They're artists and game makers who give each other recognition online. Inspired by the game, they spend hours to bring the world of Halo to life, from the vehicles to the gear. I'd heard about one that could hook me up with some Molnar armor.
Hi. Are you Colin?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Colin. I'm Jen
Yes.
from Bungie.
I believe we've met before,
Have we
actually.
met before?
Very briefly at the Bungie Fan Fest at E3 2003. Do you remember the guy who was dressed up like one of the Halo Marines with a big assault rifle?
Was that you?
That was me.
It was the one event I'd ever attended. And who could forget that gear?
This is my father's studio.
This is where you've built your armor. This feels fantastic in my hands.
Like I said, this is just a prototype, so we've discarded this one. This was also a prototype, and we are actually currently in the process of rebuilding it. The Velcro secures here and here. This is our final version of the helmet.
I have made a transition from Cortana to Master Chief. Colin, I'm steaming up this helmet in here. I think I'm gonna pass out.
All right.
Colin?
This is my father.
Hi.
We
How
have
do you do?
built the armor
Nice
together.
to meet you. So what do you think of your son's obsession with Halo, and how lovely that you joined him in building this?
It's certainly worth doing, because he's worth doing it with. My best friend.
I love my dad.
Some fans are regular guys who build alien hardware. And some make alien worlds, like the folks at George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic. They're the effects wizards who've worked on films from Star Wars to Star Trek. But each day at lunch, they sneak off to play Halo. I wanted to find out why.
Are you kidding? I'm here in the halls of ILM, and you guys are playing Halo? You're having a LAN party here at work.
Yes.
Are you gonna get in trouble if anybody finds out?
Oh, it's okay. We're big fans of Halo, but
Your
it
boss
doesn't mean that
comes
we're
along.
not fans of like LucasArts games or anything. We're kind of addicted to the Halo.
Does your work give you an added appreciation for this game, you think?
Absolutely. The idea that we concentrate on animation and performance, and that we bring that sensibility to the art of filmmaking, and then we watch Halo and we see the amount of detail that's been put into the art direction and the designs of like the spaceships and the characters. So it's kind of like playing within a movie, and we appreciate that.
I'm looking for the ultimate fan. Have I found the ultimate fan? Do you guys think?
You found the ultimate team.
Yeah.
The ultimate team. Now there's a heartwarming moment.
I'd met dozens of fans and logged thousands of miles. But in lots of ways, I'd only scratched the surface. I had time for one more stop.
I'm in Dublin.
Someone had told me the Bare Naked Ladies were big Halo buffs, and I discovered they were on tour in Dublin, Ireland.
Hey. Hi, I'm looking for Ed from the Bare Naked
That's
Ladies.
me.
So can you translate Halo into Canadian for me?
Yes, absolutely. The thing that makes it difficult playing Halo in Canada is, of course, we have no handguns. So it's all melee weapons. The bonus is free healthcare. If your Master Chief goes down...
Thank you for joining us for the kickoff of our tour of Ireland.
I got contacted a while ago by some folks at a small upstart video game company called Microsoft. And they make a game called Halo.
What's your favorite line from the game?
Favorite line from the game?
Bet you can't stick it. That's a good one.
Rare is the game where the voice acting doesn't bother you.
Right,
You know, that doesn't stick out and bother you. I guess what I like about Halo is that it doesn't get in the way. It doesn't bug you.
I'm going to put that on my resume. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because
Jen,
I'm the voice
I
of
won't
Cortana.
bug you. You're kidding! Wow. Well, you're really the voice of Cortana. Look how excited I just got.
Oh my God, you're that person! I was supposed to recognize her from her voice, but she plays a translucent 5-inch high video game character.
Oh, how I miss waking up to the sound of your voice.
What did I learn on my journey? Our voice is being heard by so many fans out there. More than 7 million of them. Artists, filmmakers, women warriors, and full-on Spartans. Some play Slayer, and some construct Zanzibar entirely out of blocks. But each builds a little piece of the game. Every time they play, they bring all that history with them. They do the work. I just voice the character. But each time I go out there, they're waiting. That's what they told me. And they wouldn't make a girl a promise they can't keep.
Waking up to the sound of your voice.
All right, men. And Blue Team, I suppose you're all wondering why I called you here today. I said, I suppose you're all wondering why...
Okay, fine. Why did you call us here?
Command has issued a Priority 1 directive. As you all know, Master Chief is a big star now, so the boys upstairs want to make sure his image is protected.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I guess saving the universe 3 times didn't make him famous enough.
The powers that be are concerned that if something happened to the Chief during his publicity tour, it could jeopardize the entire Halo franchise.
Why are they worried now? Wasn't he in more danger when he was fighting aliens in space?
Of course not. Being a primary character in a huge franchise is much more dangerous.
Yeah, just look what happened to Orlando Bloom. What happened to Orlando Bloom? I read on the internet that he died while shooting Lord of the Rings.
No, he didn't.
Weta had to make a digital copy of him to finish the movie. Oh, shut up. What about all the other movies he's been in since then? Well, obviously they all hired Weta. Duh.
Okay, then tell me. Then how did I see him in Us magazine kissing Kate Bosworth? You're telling me that a digital person is dating a real girl.
Nah, she's a Muppet. You can totally see the strings.
You're an idiot.
Hey, I'm not the one reading Us magazine. Why do we care about this anyway? He's always been the big star. We're just the multiplayer guys.
You don't understand, Griff. Chief's going to be very busy. After the game comes out, he's still got to do promotions. Endorsements. I understand he even has his own line of fragrances coming out. Ooh la la.
What does it have to do with us? Did Command send a memo just to rub our noses in it? He's got his own game. He even gets his own action figures. They're even naming the Seattle airport after him. God damn it. Who cares? Who wants all that attention anyway? I agree.
No, with all that extra work, they're looking for an understudy for the big guy.
Understudy? I'm in. Pick me. Me too. Called it first. You heard it. Does that mean what I think it means?
That's right, boys. This is the call. One of us has a potential shot at possibly being in a position to, in the very unlikely event of some impossible cataclysm, having the opportunity to qualify for an audition for the role of understudy to Master Chief, but no guarantees.
It's like we're already in.
Warden Vermont.
It's the moment I've always dreamed of.
Come on, Sarge. Who'd they pick?
The fellows upstairs said they based their decision on a strict set of requirements.
Requirements? Oh, no. I'm never good at those.
They wanted someone tough.
I'm tough.
You? You cry if you miss an episode of Desperate Housewives.
Well, if you miss one, you're lost. Is it my fault they make the show so damn serial?
They needed someone with incredible reflexes.
I have an awesome gag reflex. Does that count?
It means you have to be able to act without thinking. Well, I'm sure y'all did very well in that category. You also have to be able to work with a female partner in a mature manner.
Yow! I wouldn't mind studying under her.
And lastly, you have to be willing to face unbeatable foes against insurmountable odds.
No problem.
And win.
Oh, yeah, that would be a problem.
I've done the impossible.
Yeah, right. When?
Clearly, you've never had to stay awake during one of Sarge's team-building meetings.
Come on, you love those. Those sessions are the glue that holds our team together. Well, it doesn't matter. The decision's been made. The new understudy will be... Tex.
And I think we can all agree that's an excellent choice.
Yep, she's tough.
But she's just a girl.
Don't worry, boys. There's still plenty of parts for everybody. Master Chief's gonna need a lot of stunt doubles.
Stunt doubles?
To get ready for your screen tests. Take one.
Screen test? Wait, what? What are my lines?
Just ad-lib.
Ow!
What's the motivation in this scene?
Ow! I want to see more agony. See if you can't throw your limbs further from your body. All right, boys, this next shot's kind of complicated. I need everybody to line up their groins.
Wait, hang on. No. Ow!
Take 2. Take 13. Take 85. Take 4. Oh, what the hell? Just shoot him.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I'm Gus Sorolla from Rooster Teeth Productions. You may know us as gentlemen adventurers and purveyors of fine machinima. What you may not know is when we first created the award-winning comedy series Red vs. Blue, we were actually quite displeased with the results. Sure, the public loved the hilarious performances, like this one.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here?
Fantastic acting? Yes, but there just seemed to be something missing. For instance, in this scene.
What?
Terrible. And take a look at this one. Embarrassing. But now, thanks to advances in video game technology, we are finally able to create a version of Red vs. Blue Episode 1 that truly lives up to our creative genius. How, you might ask? Well, I could tell you, but why don't I just show you? Let's take a look back at the completely true history of the creation of Red vs. Blue.
Take that! Yes!
Hey dude, how's it going?
What's up, bro?
Hey, not much. I just read that book, 1984.
Oh yeah, I mean to pick that up.
Yeah, there's no way all that stuff's gonna happen by next year.
No way.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm playing this video game.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, we could use this to make movies.
What are you, retarded?
I saw that movie 2001 yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah. No way all that stuff's happening by the end of next month.
Hey, what do you think about this game?
It's cool. What's it called, Halo?
Halo, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we could use this to make movies.
Yeah, we could totally use this to make movies.
It's my idea, though.
Well, I mean, I was here, so I get credit. It's my idea, too. I showed you the game.
How do I drop a guy out of this thing?
Right. Man, I was totally thinking about something else.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's alright.
Feels like it's missing something, though.
Yeah, decent writing.
This is it, man. This is what we've been talking about this whole time. This is what we've been waiting for.
This is amazing.
Jeff, I know it hasn't always been easy, man. I know it's been some ups and downs, and I didn't always treat you so good, but this is what we've been waiting for and what we've been working towards all these years.
So many years.
And now, we present our truly realized vision. Red vs. Blue Special Edition Episode 1, filmed entirely in Halo 3. Enjoy.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence, or is there really a God watching everything? You know, with a plan for us and stuff? I don't know, man. But it keeps me up at night.
What? I mean, why are we out here, in this canyon?
Oh, yeah.
What all this stuff about God?
Nothing.
You want to talk about it?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Seriously, though, why are we out here? As far as I can tell, it's just a box canyon in the middle of nowhere, with no way in or out.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason that we set up a red base here is because they have a blue base over there. And the only reason they have a blue base over there is because we have a red base here.
Yeah, that's because we're fighting each other.
No, but I mean, even if we were to pull out today, and they were to come take our base, they would have two bases in the middle of a box canyon. Whoop-de-can do.
What's up with that anyway? I mean, I signed on to fight some aliens. Next thing I know, Master Chief blows up the whole Covenant Armada, and I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, fighting a bunch of blue guys.
What are they doing?
What?
I said, what are they doing now?
Damn, I'm getting so sick of answering that question.
You have a rifle. I can't see. Don't bitch at me because I'm not going to just sit up here and play with my.
Okay, look. They're just standing there and talking, okay? That's all they're doing. That's all they ever do is just stand there and talk. That's what they were doing last week. That's what they were doing when you asked me 5 minutes ago. So 5 minutes from now, when you ask me, what are they doing? My answer is going to be, they're still just talking, and they're still just standing there.
What are they talking about?
You know what? I hate you. Talk about a waste of resources. I mean, we should be out there finding new and intelligent forms of life. You know, fight them.
Yeah, no. That's why they should put us in charge.
Hey! Front and center on the double! Yes, sir.
Coming to you from New Mombasa, in the unpredictable multiplayer universe, this Spartan Life, the Legendary Edition. And here's your host, Damien Lasadamian.
We're gonna do the show anyway, but don't be alarmed by the weird stuff going on here. We've been doing a lot of data jacking lately, and I'm pretty sure we've damaged the fabric of time. Not permanently. More like we put a run in the stocking of time. We'll get some nail polish on that, should be fine. Yeah, totally manageable.
Oh, that makes us all feel much better.
Look, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, okay? Hold the stage. I'll go talk to the kid.
The kid? He's the one who got us into this mess. Oof, damn thing.
Data jacking is dangerous. Data packets are being scattered all over the place. What are you doing out there?
We aren't.
If I knew you'd be this careless, I never would have shown you this stuff.
It's not us, we're just...
But you were like, I'm ready. I was born ready.
Listen! We did exactly what you said. Level 1 geometry rifts only.
Well, one of your crew found a big one, and it's diverting data packets all over the place.
All right, I'll go find out who. Okay, dancers, that's enough rehearsal for today. Last one back to the base has to wash the tights.
Look at that, you see? I told him.
He looks like a scrambled porn channel.
He's stuck between dimensions or something, from all that jumping around.
You don't think they know about the portal into the new world, do you?
They're pretty close. Nah, they're not that sharp.
Let's just get him back to the stage. See if we can figure it out there.
Those dingbats are headed right for it.
Hey, Mr. Lacedaemon, wait! Oh, I feel funny.
About damn time you snapped out of it. Man, I feel like I gained a few hundred polygons. Arrow, what the hell? What happened to your armor?
Yeah, how'd you fit that Covenant melon head into that helmet?
It's too tight in here.
Fiber, you look different too. Kinda cool.
I told you we shouldn't be messing with this. Look at what you did. Guys, where the hell are we?
It's all so hyper real. Hey, who's that?
His game attacks is Frankie. What is he doing?
Wait a minute. Frankie. Water. It's Frank O'Connor from Bungie. Hey Frankie, what's up?
How's it going?
This place is amazing. How cool to find you here.
Yeah, I'm over here testing the waterproof abilities of this here chain gun.
So is Halo real enough now that we really can secede and form our own nation?
This is certainly a plan for world domination, but I wouldn't say we're seceding. It's more of a seventh column where we're operating from within to destroy them.
You think it tough on that thing? Want to find out? Ride or die, baby. Yeah.
Hey guys, don't run down any beta testers, alright?
Well, testers are expendable. They're like red shirts from Star Trek.
I have to remember to bring Octobet back a souvenir. Gotta love those portable grav lifts. Oh, check out the Mongoose stuntmen. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Quentin's gonna be calling any day now.
Check me out.
I understand you may not be able to confirm nor deny this, but I gotta ask. The word on the outside is that you guys have developed some kind of a time control device. Well, I believe you call it Save Film.
Yeah, obviously the Machinima guys are going to have a blast with that, and it's going to give them kind of unlimited potential to do new things, but far more importantly, it's going to give the ability for people to call each other out on their BS. Everyone's always talking about, did you see that time when I blew up that warthog using only the power of my mind and my charisma? And then there's no evidence of it. And one of the things we're doing this time around is giving you all the evidence you need in the form of saved films. After each game, you have the opportunity to save the entire film of the entire game. We're going to give you the ability to pause, freeze frame, camera controls.
Oh, right. So can you go back and correct your mistakes in life?
You can, but when you get back to the present day, you're going to find out that your grandfather is a monkey, or that you're married to your mom.
Yeah, it always happens. I'm getting used to this X button now. You know, there were rumors for a while that it was going to, like, you know, feed the dog, clean your room for you, but it turns out it's for shields.
Shields are part of the new equipment feature. They're kind of scattered around the map at random. You pick them up, and bam, press the X button. I am now shielded. You can't shoot me. You can come in here and hit me, but you can't shoot me.
It's like the cone of silence.
It's more of a cone of tragedy.
Check it out, you guys.
I can actually destroy it as well.
Does it pop like bubble?
I'm just going to go back and look at the water.
Oh, man, we're back home. Man, I hope you learned your lesson.
Oh, I learned my lesson. I'm going back to check out that man cannon. Why do they call it that?